Well, welcome everyone. It's a real pleasure to see so many old and young friends and new faces joining us for this second MOHA conference, Modern Heritage in the Anthropocene. My name is Edward Dennison and I'm Professor of Architecture and Global Modernities here at the Bartlett School of Architecture. It's a genuine privilege for the Bartlett to be hosting this event, being able to provide the space and platform for the discussions we'll be having over the next 3 days. I just wanted to say a few words by way of introduction and thanks to so many people who've offered their invaluable time and energy. I'm particularly indebted to those colleagues, students and former students who've been instrumental in delivering this conference and without which none of this would have been possible. The Dean of the Bartlett Faculty of the Built Environment, Christoph Lindner, the head and former heads of the Bartlett School of Architecture, Amy Kalper, Jacqueline Glass and Bob Scheel, Professor Ola Oduku and the colleagues of the School of Architecture at the University of Liverpool, with whom we're proudly co-hosting this event, colleagues at the Bartlett School of Architecture, Barbara Campbell-Langer, Maxwell Mutanda, Lakshmi Rajendran, Jane Wong, Ren Guangyu, Nadine Hamed, Goksu Toprak, Carlos Huerta Fernandez, Veronica Carrillo, and Yahya Ahmed, as well as Rodney Harrison and Thiano Missouri of UCL's Center for Critical Heritage Studies, who generously supported the early preparatory workshops we had earlier in the summer with a small grant. Also to MOHA partners who are too numerous to list in full, but especially Shahid Vauda, Mike Turner, Shadrach Chirikuri, and Alicia Barry. To Jyoti Hosagraha and Mohammed Juma from the UNESCO World Heritage Center, to Suaibo Varisu and Albino Japella from the Africa World Heritage Fund, to Jeremy Hoffman from the Modern Cities Networking, and all the members of ICOMOS, ICROM, IUCN, and the Getty Conservation Institute. In a moment, I'll be inviting representatives of some of those partners to say a few words. For now, though, I want to start in the future, as this is fundamentally what MOHA and this conference are all about. One of the most significant reasons for hosting this and our previous conference last year, Modern Heritage of Africa, in academic institutions was to center the student and the young researcher, as it is their generation and those that come after them that will need the knowledge, skills, and tools to handle the enormous challenges inherited from current and previous generations. These challenges are wide-ranging and often existential, and in their simplest terms reflect the geological age created by modernity, the Anthropocene. There is much that can be said and debated about the Anthropocene, as I'm sure we will witness over the coming days, but one certainty this new geological age presents to us all as a species, as well as part of a planetary system, is that the norms and practices we have grown accustomed to need to fundamentally change if we're able to satisfactorily respond to and mitigate the effects of the existential crisis we face in the 21st century and beyond. Whether as academics, architects, practitioners, policymakers, artists, site managers, historians, activists, heritage experts, or other related disciplines. These challenges are not unique to modern heritage, but this conference and the wider MOHA initiative, of which it forms part, adopts this particular lens because modern heritage possesses and presents the unique paradox of being of modernity and yet threatened by its consequences. By this, we mean that different manifestations of past inequities and ongoing injustices, including environmental, historical, racial, spatial, social, and economic, are born out of modernity, and yet their persistence and fundamental unsustainability threatens the very legacies we've chosen to celebrate, give value to, and protect as heritage. When one observes the kinds of modern sites recognized by UNESCO and other regional or local registers, it is not difficult to observe a shadow cast by a process of historiographical inequity over half a millennium, inequities that can be mapped geographically, culturally, thematically, or racially. This conference and the Moha Initiative more broadly seeks to cast a light on this shadow and stop it from being cast over our collective futures. The modernist buildings and urban ensembles, the industrial complexes, infrastructures, landscapes, the master plans and masterpieces, and even the sites of profound trauma all possess and reflect historical inequities bound up in processes of production and consumption that have at last shown themselves to be fundamentally unsustainable. Just as the processes that brought many of these legacies of the modern age into being, such as fossil fuel dependence, colonialism, imperialism, slavery, also proved unsustainable, so too will future generations look upon the early 20th century and, knowing that we knew what the consequences of inaction would be, will question our current norms and practices and ask, what did we do about it? The answer to that question has not yet been decided, but it is in part why we are all here and why the amazing and diverse list of over 50 presenters responding to the call for papers by submitting their research and presenting it to this forum for discussion among peers, colleagues, and friends over the coming days. As with last year's conference on modern heritage of Africa, hosted by colleagues at the University of Cape Town, this hybrid conference has been planned first and foremost to provide a safe, inclusive, and inspiring space for discussion and debate, especially for students, early careers researchers, and young professionals from all over the world, but particularly from global majority voices. Presenters have been asked to keep presentations short in order to give time and space for conversation and discussion, in the hope and expectation that this collaborative environment is where ideas are helpfully tested, challenged, and critiqued, as well as quickly developed and creatively generated. Presentations will be recorded and live streamed via Zoom. After the conference, presenters will be invited to write up their research for inclusion in a conference proceedings. I'm particularly thrilled to be able to share with you, hot off the press, so I don't have a copy with me right now, last year's proceedings, edited by Shahid Vauda, who's here today, with nearly all the presentations from last year written up as short papers to create a wonderfully rich 300-page dossier, which is a critical testament to the process of decentering and decolonizing advocated by Moha. It was an enormous undertaking, not only by all the participants, but also by Professor Shahid Vauda, who will be speaking in a moment. Thank you to everyone who participated, and digital copies of this will be available on the conference website. Further to the proceedings, a selection of extended papers will be published in a special Moha edition of Curator Journal next summer. As with last year's papers, which were published in Curator this July, these are peer-reviewed and an opportunity for many younger scholars to publish for the first time. It is open access, so it's free to download, but we do have some copies available here if people are especially interested, and presenters will have a copy of that in their conference packs. So if you don't have a copy in your packs and you'd like a copy of the Curator Journal from last July, please just ask at the front desk. Anyone who's registered for the conference will receive a pack containing various items, including a schedule of sessions. The running order of those sessions may have changed slightly according to fit the schedules of people who are joining us from overseas, but also to group those that are in person and online. So please, the sessions haven't changed their time, but within each session, maybe the running order has changed a little bit. It won't be lost perhaps on participants here that some of the anthropocenic conditions have also affected this conference and who's able to present here. So adverse weather conditions, the global pandemic, and other things have prevented some people from being here today, but they will be joining us online. The packs also contain a reusable bottle for you to take away with you, which are a reminder not only of the conference, but also to avoid single-use drinks bottles hereafter. You can, if you're not familiar with the building, you can refill those bottles at any of the drinking fountains on any floor between here and 602 if you're traveling between parallel sessions, or at the cafe near the front desk. Packs also have a beautifully produced book of abstracts edited by Barbara Campbell-Lange and designed by Nadine Hamed. Thank you both enormously for the input you both gave to producing that document. It is available as a digital download from the conference website. Finally, you'll also find a draft copy of the Cape Town document on modern heritage. This document seeks to reframe, reconceptualize, and decenter the way in which the heritage industry identifies, ascribes value to, and seeks to protect the legacies of our recent past to ensure a more equitable and sustainable approach to modern heritage. Please take the time to study this document carefully and contribute your thoughts and comments on the draft, either in the discussions that we have over the next 3 days or by email, so that we can incorporate them into the final deliberations at Liverpool University this weekend. This important draft document generated by participants to MOHA over the last 2 years in multiple workshops globally will be presented to UNESCO after its finalization at Liverpool this Sunday. On a practical note, for those of you that are in the room, sorry for those of you online, I also want to mention that the conference itself physically will be based in this room, but there will be one parallel session each day in 602 on the top floor. If you're not familiar with the building, just take the lifts to the level 6, you come out of the lift through the glass doors and 602 is on your right. If you're coming up the stairs, it's immediately in front of you as you reach the 6th floor. The toilets, I should add, are behind the fire escape, which is behind this wall here, and there are also unisex toilets on every single floor. And the fire escapes for this room are clearly signposted here, should there be in case of emergency. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate just to ask our very helpful students who are manning the registration desk at the front desk, or catch any of the organizers, and we'll hopefully be able to resolve any questions that you have. I should also say that tonight, for those of you that are in person and have registered, you'll have access to the keynote speech, which is going to be in the chemistry auditorium. You can access that from the main Bartlett lobby. There'll be a door to the auditorium. The event starts at 6:30, but I would recommend getting relatively early in order to get a good seat. It'll be an in-conversation event with the distinguished historian and broadcaster, Professor David Olushoga, where you'll have the opportunity to pose questions to him. Then tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. in the Bloomsbury Theatre, which is literally across the road from the School of Architecture, with a very special event titled Global Majority, a celebration of decoloniality and recentering humanity. The event will be led by the anti-racist educator and activist Rosemary Campbell-Stevens and Tanzanian artist Valerie Asimwe Amani, and again in conversation with Maxwell Mutanda. So if you haven't already registered for the conference, or if you know of your colleagues and friends, please register via the conference website for that event tomorrow. For students, it's just £1 a head, so please bring your friends and colleagues. Finally, I'd like to just say a couple of exciting bits of news for MOHA in particular. With funding from the Bartlett School of Architecture and Liverpool University, we were able to commission a new and independent website for MOHA for use by all of our partners freely and equitably. It will be completed by the end of this year, but a holding page has gone up and has gone live. So if you just Google moha.org, you'll see that emerging website, which will be fully functional by the end of this year. And anyone who's got any sort of activities they'd like to align with MOHA over the coming months or years, please use that platform for the purposes of disseminating your own work and your own research. It's there for everybody to use. It's not owned by anyone in particular. It's a collective and equitable exercise. Secondly, last week we received the news that we were successful in a funding application we made to the UK's Arts and Humanities Research Council for a research networking grant. And this £45,000 grant will enable us to continue to plan and facilitate further MOHA events and workshops over the next year. So again, we warmly welcome you to join those workshops and join MOHA in future events. And keep advocating for the kinds of change aimed at achieving a more equitable and sustainable approach to our collective pasts and our planetary futures. So that's just about all from me. I just want to close by quoting the words of the current Deputy Director General of UNESCO World Heritage Centre, Dr. Jyoti Hosagraha. In her book, Indigenous Modernities, which was published in 2005, she cited that the project that we're all involved with, if we're interested in the subjects that we're dealing with over this conference, is not merely to celebrate and give voice to minority discourses in order to include them in their subordinate positions into existing privileged accounts of modernity, but to question the master narrative. So all I would say over the next 3 days is bear that in mind. But I think MOHA goes beyond that. We're not just questioning the master narrative. It's a question of trying to come up with a new framework for delivering, formulating, rethinking the types of histories, the types of past that will enable us to deal with the challenges of the future. So on that note, I would like to hand over to our first of speakers of our partners that have joined us. Unfortunately, she's not able to join us in person, Professor Ola Aduku from Liverpool University. She was due to be here taking a 4 a.m. train this morning, but fell ill last night. Nevertheless, she is joining us online. So I'm hoping that our first test of this hybrid format is going to work. Ola, can you hear us okay? So I think you're muted.
I should be unmuted now. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yeah, over to you.
Okay, I'm going to hopefully be able to share my screen, which I'll do now. Hopefully, let's just see whether that will happen. Right, and it's.
Perfect.
We're just going to get that into presenter mode. Right, so can you see, I hope you can see the slide. You might see the other slides below, but there's not much I can do at the moment. Thank you again, Edward, for inviting me. As I've said, I should have been here with you, but both the Anthropocene in terms of travel and also my health sort of got in the way. But we're delighted to support the work of MOHA. I've known Edward for a long time, and AHUA, which is the new research group that we founded at Liverpool University, are particularly interested and involved in the work of MOHA. And indeed, we will be inviting a team from MOHA to ratify the Cape Town Declaration on Saturday this week. So just to give a quick introduction to what architecture, heritage and urbanism does, I thought I'd put together a few slides and talk to you about that. We are a research group in Liverpool University, but we have collaborations across West Africa. We're focused mainly on West Africa, but we look at heritage across Africa generally, but with a focus on Africa and architecture. From what you can see, there are a series of these buildings we're interested in, mainly off the architectural the architectural period called the modernist period, post-war 1940s to the 1970s or early 80s. And what we've been doing over the past 10 years is working to both research into these buildings and document them, but importantly, the work has involved working collaboratively with partners in and around West Africa. So one of the things we do is, as I said, there's architecture and urban history, also West African coastal heritage. Now, this is important on two levels. Firstly, because back to the whole topic of the Anthropocene, the coastal area of West Africa is under threat like everywhere else. So it's very important to both understand what's going on, record the buildings that exist, but importantly as well, work with collaborators to see how best we can work to save this heritage and also the coastline, which is under threat. Environmentally as well, we're very interested in looking at how buildings perform. So particularly in these days, again, of climate change, the fact that air conditioning, we know, is a particular culprit in terms of how we look at energy use. So we're looking very much at passive means of designing buildings and seeing how past buildings can show us how we can work to better respond to climate today. And of course, a lot of work has been done with younger students, including ECRs, but even graduate students in West African universities around writing workshops, which is the issue about writing one's own heritage. Going on, so some of the things we do are indeed historical. This is the work of my colleague, Professor Ian Jackson. He's involved in looking at archival sources, which interestingly link, I would say, the West with the South. So there's a lot of Africa in Liverpool and a lot of Liverpool in Africa. So in this case, he's looking at the archive of the United Africa Company, which those of you in West Africa will know in relation to buildings like Kingsway and some of the other trading buildings in West Africa, which are generally grouped around the coastline, but not only. In the case of what we're doing, part of what we're looking at again is the West African Coastal Heritage Research Network, which, as I said, looks at heritage across West Africa. So from around Cotonou in the Cameroon, right across to Senegal. So in this case, this was a writing workshop. This was a research workshop that involved universities from Nigeria, Ghana, and Togo. This was back in 2018, and we agreed to really collaborate more on how we teach architecture, particularly architectural history and heritage. To the top left, you can see Professor Ian Jackson with Professor Wellington, a former emeritus professor from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, presenting his book on heritage in Ghana. And again, the ideas of heritage are many and multifarious. So you've got Brazilian heritage in parts of West Africa like Lagos, the more recent heritage around the work in Tema by, planned by Doxiades and others. And then also the everyday heritage, I would say. The middle picture is of Jamestown and a cafe run by, someone will know him, architecture Joe Addo. So architect Joe Addo. So we have these various forms of architecture that we're particularly interested in from a large period, but mainly, I guess, post-World War II. Also, though, sustainability, as I've said, is very important. So this is looking at designs for, in this case, universities in and around West Africa. At the moment, actually, with Docomomo, I'm involved in a shared heritage project where we have research fellows from Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda looking at campus buildings across Africa and looking not just at their design, but also the ways in which they respond to climate. And in the case of Ahua, we have a member of staff who's looking particularly at passive ventilation and the way in which passive ventilation plays a role in keeping buildings cool in West Africa. And the writing workshops and public engagement, we've had 4 writing workshops so far, involving, again, students from across West Africa, and in some cases, students coming in from America and who've involved themselves in the projects. But even further down the line, I've done workshops with students, with secondary school students. The bottom right is some secondary students who are looking at the Unity Hall in KNUST, that's in Kumasi, and they were looking at the plans and understanding how plans work. Whereas the top 2 photographs are an exhibition on Old Jamestown that was put together by Ian Jackson and involved local architects as Joe Addo and also a colleague of ours there. So we work very collaboratively across the board with particularly West African architects, planners, but also those involved in various forms of artistic endeavor. Now, just coming through currently, so we have a series of collaborations and we've already put together a set of publications which we're looking at. Importantly, also now we're looking at, as I said, the collaborations related to the Northwest, so that's Liverpool and environments, with West Africa particularly because of the trading and obviously the slavery network in the past. Liverpool and environs have had a long relationship with Africa and particularly West Africa. So currently we're looking at collaborating with archives across the Northwest of England and linking them to research in Africa. So recently we've been working with Liverpool Hope University that has an extensive missionary archive, which talks about buildings and also the history of the development of places like the Furabe College in Sierra Leone. So we're expanding from being focused mainly on Nigeria and Ghana to other parts of West Africa. And we're delighted to hope to have Alisa Barry coming up on Saturday to work with us on the Cape Town document, because Senegal is certainly an area which we would really want to collaborate with in the future. We have a lot of online presences and links as well. So we will obviously link that to the MOHA website as well. So there's the AHUA website that's just about to go on air, so to speak. There's the Transnational Architecture Group, which some of you might have seen. This contains almost a decade of writing around Africa and West African topics, but elsewhere as well. That everybody, it's a free to access blog. And I'm involved in the ACRC consortium, which is run through the University of Manchester, where we're looking at issues around cities in Africa. But particularly, I'm looking at the issue about housing and how we look at providing adequate housing for the global many who are clearly not well provided for at the moment. And we've just completed a conference which was looking at reparations and culture. And we're about to download the really interesting discussions we had. One of our colleagues, Shadrach Chirukre, was involved, as was Edward, in some of the sessions. Again, there will be video clips of these sessions coming out and a publication in future. So just to round up, that just shows you the links of the archives that we have in the Northwest, which we're going to be working with as well. And importantly, for those coming through, we're looking forward to seeing you in Liverpool. What you can see here is an amazing exhibition. So even if you don't come up on Saturday, I would certainly encourage you to come to Liverpool. This is all about the Benin bronzes and the link of Benin to Liverpool. And you can see in the left, the curator, Dr. Zachary Kingdon and Professor Tunde Zach Williams, and also my friend and colleague, whose name eludes me now, who are all Liverpool, who have all had links with Liverpool, and shows you this link that Liverpool has, particularly with Africa and the cultural artifacts of Africa. So in the case of my colleague, her father was a Sierra Leonean dentist who retired and lived the rest of his life in Liverpool, and his artifacts are in the museum as well. So the museum has more than just the historical bits around the Benin bronzes, but the lived effects of those in Liverpool have direct connections to Africa, particularly West Africa. And just to finish, just to show you this link, in the UAC archive, to my utter surprise, aside from lots and lots of material on trading networks with West Africa, is this amazing sculpture. You're only seeing a section of it. And this was a donation to the UAC by a Benin chief. And it's a full set of a set of carvings that were put together and clearly put into a ship and brought over to Liverpool. So this is not the Benin bronzes, it's the opposite. In this case, these carvings were sent over to Liverpool to celebrate the links that West Africa had or has with Liverpool. So these and many other objects are waiting for you to see in Liverpool. But importantly, I really congratulate Edward and team and Shahid and everyone else for continuing this conference. And we're hoping with the AHRC funds to do the next conference, hopefully somewhere in and around West Africa. But I'll leave it to that because I'm sure we'll be discussing that further on in the conference. I'm really sad not to be able to be there, but as you can see, I'm just about surviving at the moment. So I will hope to be able to zoom in to various sessions. And I wish you a really successful conference. And I look forward to what I think will be a fruitful collaboration between the University of Liverpool and yourselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Ola. Thank you so much, Ola. Okay, next up, we have a short clip from the head of the School of Architecture, Professor Amy Culper. She again apologizes for not being able to be with us today, but she's had to fly to the US last night. So I'm going to share her video.
Good morning. I'm Amy Culper. I'm the new director of the Bartlett School of Architecture, and it is my great pleasure and honor to warmly welcome all of you to London, to UCL, and to this Modern Heritage in the Anthropocene Symposium. The Bartlett School of Architecture is very proud to be hosting this conference as one of many global partners that have supported MAHOA since its inception in 2020. We are proud to join the ranks of University of Cape Town, who hosted last year's MAHOA conference, Modern Heritage of Africa, and the School of Architecture at the University of Liverpool, where the Cape Town document on modern heritage will be finalized later this week. As someone who has been invested in the pursuit of transforming architectural pedagogy and practice so that it is more inclusive, equitable, and just, I was very excited to learn that the Bartlett has an MA in Architecture and Historic Urban Environments, and I want to welcome the staff and students from that program who are in attendance today. This program strives to achieve an urgent and radical transformation, asking students to critically engage with the past to build a better future by reinterpreting, rejuvenating, recreating, and rethinking urban environments at all scales. Mayhew introduces students to the complex and creative processes of the documentation and analysis of culturally constructed sites. It utilizes research and design methods that negotiate existing systems and infrastructures, positing the work of design as engagement in its myriad contexts. It positions the activities of design and research within a broader expanse of planetary time that is simultaneously ecological, climatological, geological, and historical. And it leverages a detailed understanding of these deeper historical conditions in anticipation of new design futures that are socially, racially, and environmentally just. So I want to thank the Mayhew students and staff for their important work, and I would especially like to thank the conference organizer, Professor Edward Dennison, who is also the program director for Mayhew, for his inspiring and pioneering work in the future of architectural pedagogy and practice. More broadly, the MAHOA initiative is timely and relevant as it seeks to address historical inequities in the way we research, write about, protect, and ascribe value to our collective pasts so that we can achieve more equitable and sustainable futures. As the keynote speaker from last year's MAHOA conference, Professor Akile Membe said in an interview published last month under the title Thoughts on the Planetary, quote, "The political in our time must start from the imperative to reconstruct the world in common," unquote. I believe that the MAHOA initiative explicitly seeks to reconstruct the world in common. In this sense, Africa, the youngest continent with the average age of its citizens under 20, and globally the most rapidly urbanizing continent, and the Anthropocene, an acknowledgement of human agency in our planetary evolution, intrinsically belong to the world in common. We currently operate amidst cultural and ecological imperatives that demand that we reframe and reimagine how we encounter and work with the past. As a school of architects and built environment professionals, this is of critical importance as increasingly we will be working in environments that have already largely been built. Finally, I want to emphasize how important it is for the Bartlett School of Architecture as an institution to facilitate the valuable and intellectually rich exchanges that will take place across this symposium. It is wonderful to see students and staff from around the world and across disciplines gathering in person and online to share research and ideas and engage in the process of generating new knowledge. From the vantage point of the BSA, it is a privilege to be able to provide a platform for advancing the agendas of positive change in the global discourse around cultural heritage and sustainability in its broadest sense. And we are grateful for the support of global partners within and beyond academia, including UNESCO, the Africa World Heritage Fund, ICOMOS, ICRAM, the Getty Conservation Institute, Modern Cities Networking, IUCN, and UCL's Center for the Critical Heritage Studies. Welcome to the Bartlett School of Architecture, and thank you for your participation in the conversations to come.
Okay, next up we've got Laura Robinson from ICOMOS, who has again sends her apologies for not being here, but she's on ICOMOS duties in Thailand at the moment. So she has also prepared a short video presentation.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and greetings from myself, Laura Robinson, one of the members of the MOHO group since its inception, and also the representative of ICOMOS on the working group. And I send you greetings from Bangkok, Thailand, where ICOMOS is busy hosting its General Assembly and Scientific Symposium, of which I'm a key part. So I really am sorry and apologize for not being able to attend the very important MOHO conference in the UK, but I'm sure that it's going to be very successful. And I'd like to acknowledge all the enormous amount of work that's gone into arranging the conference, particularly Edward and his colleagues at UCL, and also our colleagues in Liverpool. ICOMOS views the MOHO initiative as exceptionally important and one that's going to add tremendous value to the ongoing debate about the significance of modern heritage, both obviously of Africa and indeed beyond. And I believe that the discussions during the next course of the few days ahead will also contribute greatly to our understanding of the debate, to deepen it, and hopefully also further inform what is now, I'm not sure which draft it is of the Cape Town document, but we'll continue to develop that document. I also hope to engage with the scientific team working on it. I think it's on Saturday, but I'll check my diary. Everything's a little bit chaotic. But best wishes from ICOMOS and everybody involved in ICOMOS to you for a wonderful and successful and very stimulating meeting And I certainly look forward to future engagement and catching up with you all once this rather busy week is over. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, and goodbye.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, one person we do have in the room before I hand over to Professor Valda is Dr. Jeremy Hoffman. Would you like to say a few words about the Modern Heritage Networking Initiative? I'll give you my microphone.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. A very short notice. First of all, congratulations for this great initiative. We were waiting really long time for this moment. Edward and Shahid and all the company. Just a word regarding the initiative, which is called Modern Cities Networking, which was mentioned here today. So a very short story. 5 years ago, a meeting took place in Brasilia, capital of Brazil, modern capital, which included what we call the focal points, which are the people who are managing modern sites, generally inscribed by UNESCO as World Heritage, but not only. And during this meeting, we decided upon creating a networking. The idea is helping each other, existing cities that took place in the meeting, and others like Le Havre, like Brasilia, of course, like Asmara in Africa, like Tel Aviv, which I come from, and other cities which are not inscribed by UNESCO for the moment, but in a certain point of process of recognition by UNESCO or by their own country or locally, like our friends from Kaunas, like Gdynia and others. I won't mention all of them here. So what I would like to say that if some of you would like to participate, the idea is giving advices on different stages and cooperation. We're not officially part of UNESCO or ICOMOS or DOCOMOMO, although we're working with them. So it's an open source for discussions, for ideas, for creation of nomination files, finding attributes of the sites, historical researchers. So we are here, and those of you who are interested of taking part can contact me or Edwards after the conference. So thank you very much, and good luck for the day and for the conference.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you all for your patience in those introductions. I'm going to just hand over to Professor Shahid Bauda in a second. There are a couple of announcements I just wanted to make very quickly. If you've registered for this conference, there is a lunch available for you, which is going to be provided in what we call G08. It's actually not a room, it's a space beyond these rooms here. So wherever you are, whether it's a parallel session or here, at lunchtime, you can get lunch from that space there. There will be refreshments, I think, throughout the day. And I hope that, well, after Professor Bauda is speaking, we'll be going into one of the plenary talks, but there will usually be refreshments out in that G08 space. I also just wanted to mention very briefly, there's a couple of changes to the agenda, very slight changes. We thought Samir Henny, who's due to speak at 1:30, might not be able to make it, but she's literally just landed at Heathrow, so she should be here by 1:30. So today's sessions shouldn't change. So fingers crossed she can get from Heathrow to here in 3 hours, but that's probably against the odds in British transport. And on Thursday, the plenary by Nina Vollenbrucker, our colleague from the Bartlett. Unfortunately, Nina's caught COVID and has to reside at home, so she will be doing that online if you are anticipating seeing her in person. So I just wanted to make those two brief announcements. Otherwise, now it's just rest for me to hand over to Professor Valda, who's been instrumental in supporting MOHA from the outset and the editor of the proceedings of last year's conference. And it's a great pleasure that he's able to join us here in person for the next 5 days. Over to you, Shahid. Put that on there.
Oh, yeah, I could. Okay. Thank you very much, Edward. And thank you to your team. This has been a marvelous effort. And I can just imagine that adding the in-person part to the conference. Last year we had it all online, really compounded the logistics rather than made it easier. We always think that the face-to-face will be easier, but it's not always so. Just to say that the edited volume that has just come out, it's on the website, I believe. We're certainly on the Cape Town one, which will join the main one later. But it's there. There are hard copies which the participants from last year's conference will receive shortly. But also to say that most importantly, Edward attributes most of it to me, but in fact, this was really a joint effort. The participants from last year, those that wrote both the abstracts and their papers, I really want to thank them for this. Edward and I did the sort of academic editing, but the copy editor, Joel Weinberg, did an absolutely marvelous job to make most of it intelligible to ordinary people. So yeah, do read it. But just to emphasize again, this was really a joint effort. I've been asked to talk a little bit about the Cape Town document. We've heard about it several times today. Do read the Cape Town document, study it, look at it carefully. And I'm just going to make a few remarks about it as I thought about the document over the last year. It's fundamentally a document about equity and fairness, about bringing justice to the heritage field. It takes injustice fairly seriously as a starting point. And that starting point includes that it is interdisciplinary at its core. And so it's architecture, but it's also many other things, including the various disciplines that I'm more familiar with: anthropology, sociology, history, and archaeology. And archaeology, architectures were certainly in my part of the world core to the formulation of official heritage. And so these are also disciplines that need to be interrogated in themselves. The document itself might be criticized as arising from an elite group of people, a group of intellectuals, used in the wider sense of the word, both researchers and practitioners, which was formed through a series of workshops, and then which included really the influence of immensely thoughtful and gifted, what I would call world cosmopolitan intellectuals from the global south, Dipesh Chakrabarti and Achille Mbembe, who's already been mentioned. And clearly they take the side of the downtrodden from the global south. But they themselves would warn against pigeonholing them too much. Their work speaks to much more than simply a reflection of, as a kind of uncritical voice of the former colonized peoples of the world. Their reflections are reflected in the Cape Town document. If you download or you read the conference proceedings from last year, you'll be able to read the reflections there. It's not an uncritical voice. It's a very critical voice about the existential threat that we face in the age of the Anthropocene. But at the same time, they don't want to erase the grotesque impact of the colonial period. The last 500 years have been the most impactful of all of humanity's existence on Earth. It's also a document that speaks to the public good. And by this, I mean, not the public good in what states provide. So it's not that narrow sense of official heritage or official citizenship, but it takes the UNESCO line of what does it mean to contribute to a universal heritage very seriously. Such a beginning point has, I think, immense implications for the way in which heritage policy, which as it is currently conceived, thinks of itself as state policy or official policy. This document starts from a different set of priorities. And I urge again to read the document carefully in that light. It especially takes cognizance of the history, the heritage, the historical cultures which had been ignored or erased over the past 5 centuries. I suppose underlining this document is a need to take the concept of intersubjectivity seriously. As it is the interaction of people, one which abjures essentialism, especially that of race, of ethnic group, of religion, and of nationalisms. It seriously questions the current binary of tangible and intangible. Indeed, at last year's conference, there were many that made very serious suggestions that we move away from the 2 key conventions, the 1972 World Heritage Convention and the Intangible Heritage Convention. And lastly, I would say, there's a very serious implication in the document that we do away with the concept of heritage. I beg your pardon, concept of tradition. Because the minute you talk of tradition, you talk of its opposite, modern. And if you want to restore the heritage, the histories of the people that have been erased, you can't do it under the label of tradition, because you will be forever chasing the modernity. And that would deny them modernity forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shahid, very much indeed. These are the 2 documents of which we've been speaking. The proceedings, this 300-page document of all of the papers from last year's conference, Modern Heritage of Africa. We've got a few copies around, so if you'd like to take a closer look in hard copy, they are here, and it's free to download, obviously, from our website. And the curated journal, if you don't have it in your conference packs, is here, again, free to download from, it's open access, so from Wiley's website, if you like. The same will be done next summer based on the presentations over the next 3 days in both of these documents. So it's a wonderful opportunity for people to engage in publishing their work in this conference, and hopefully beyond. If you're interested in the research you're doing right now, get involved in our workshops next year, and we'll be publishing more work thereafter. Now it's 11 o'clock in the UK. Thank you all of those of you online for bearing with us. I've just been informed that we do have catering for refreshments. It's just turned up in the School of Architecture here. So if you don't mind online, just waiting for 5 or 10 minutes, I'm going to relieve the audience here for the next 5 or 10 minutes. If you want to go and stretch your legs, grab a tea or coffee, or I believe possibly even some light refreshments, and come back in no later than 10 minutes. We'll have our first plenary session So please be back in the room in 10 minutes time. We'll be starting at 11:10 with a cup of tea and coffee. Thank you very much. you for your patience online. I think most people are now back in the room, suitably refreshed. So it's a real pleasure to start this conference with the first plenary session. We have guests from South Africa, Nolene Murray and Sver Josephi, who have recorded their presentation. So we'll be playing that from this computer. But before we do start, I want to say just a few words of introduction. They are up on screen, so they're hearing us hopefully live. Lovely to see you both. Thank you for hanging in there whilst waiting for us to join you. I'm going to hand over to Shahid, who will say a few words about their work. Then they're going to say some more about their presentation before I play that film. So bear with us with the interchange between those particular parts of this next 45 minutes. Thank you. If you that's a booster in the room.
Okay. Okay. Do I just hold it, or
You can just hold it to your.
okay? Okay. So my apologies for speaking again, and you'll probably hear me again later today. So, but after that, I'll be silent. So I just wanted to introduce Nolene Murray and why her and Sver's work is very important to this conference. So my association with Professor Murray has been really one of entanglements. Entanglements over how to think about the future while knowing about the crushing and immediate pressures of the present, and being virtually aware or vitally aware of the historical precedents. The entanglements really begin with the mutual influence in very different parts of South Africa, really in matters of critical cultural heritage studies, through the influence of the late Professor Harry Garuba. Harry was from Nigeria, but spent most of his academic career at the University of Cape Town, and promoted and defended a very new epistemic understanding of African studies. You probably heard what I think is a fairly right-wing argument of why should you have African studies in Africa. It was an approach to African studies that did not rely on area studies, that CIA-inspired way of doing African studies, nor did it rely on national boundaries, nor on singular disciplines. And I think it was this refreshing perspective that Harry brought that attracted Nolene to undertake her PhD under his guidance. For myself, I was influenced by Harry through his writings and public speaking, and my all too brief association with him when I arrived at the University of Cape Town. Our mutual work, that's Nolene and myself, began when we worked on the Afro-Asia Musical Migrations Project, which fundamentally asked the question of whether there was more than just a tangible set of connections around the Indian Ocean littoral that could be called a period of global connection and influences that preceded the European colonial period. We extended this discussion when she joined the University of Witwatersrand, where I was at the time, and she became the first professor in architecture and humanities at the Wits City Institute. Here we hosted colleagues from Maputo in the Southern Indian Ocean project, which looked at the longue durée to understand the formation of polities and historical cultures of the Indian Oceans from about what is today Kenya or the Somali border towards the southern part of the continent and outwards towards the Indian Ocean islands. But what's more important is that at the Wits City Institute, she was involved in several other projects, and I urge you to look at these on the Wits website. Cultural cartographies, for example, Art Deco work, which asked critical questions of what and who made Art Deco possible in Johannesburg, rather than simply describing research in a way of the normal way of simply describing what that kind of design would be. She continued this approach to research and bringing students into this orbit of new ideas. And of course, it shows in the many students that have contributed to the conference last year and those that you will hear about today. I'm particularly keen to briefly mention her new work with Josephine, some of which you may have already heard or read about at last year's conference, or will read about in the conference proceedings, and that has been published in the journal Curator. At the heart of it, at least for me, it is a remarkable work of an architect turned cultural historian, theorist, and an art photographer, or art historian and photographer, working to show how an imaginative use of photography in combination with archival research on architectural drawings, combined with on-site research, field research that is, speaks, or rather yields work that goes beyond the dualism of simply denoting and connoting various symbolic forms. And it speaks to what I think is a colonial modern desires and failures. It's important to recognize that these failures and the need to reimagine the future together with the debris of the past. And so to hear more of this, I'll now hand you over to Nolene and Seville. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shahid and Edward, and everyone who's here today. It's so wonderful to see so many old friends, and to apologize for not being in there in person, partly to do with the global divisions of things like the visa requirements, but also it's been a really good opportunity for us to think about how we present in a kind of different academic form. So I'd like to sort of acknowledge really sort of Svea in this, but also all the students who are going to be presenting today, and we're really excited that we actually can be part of a conference such as this. But maybe just to sort of pick up on something when I first met you, we were first introduced by a mutual friend and photographer, Jean Brundrett, who, along with Svea, has been pioneering the School of Photography at Michaelis, which is the art school at the University of Cape Town, where they've really kind of, I mean, they've produced some of the most fantastic photographers who've been into MoMA, who've, you know, kind of made it into the sort of world scene, but they've also particularly thought very critically about how photography and visuality worked. And in about I think it was 2010, wasn't it? Yeah, we actually, we collaborated with Harry Garaber and with, in fact, with Carson Smuts, who's also one of the students here now, on a project called City. She deliberately thought about the intersections between thinking and making and visualizing. And I suppose many of these collaborations have come out of that. So our current thinking is thinking, and Shahid, your slip idea that maybe we should do away with the concept of heritage is something seriously. Heritage and conservation are not products of modernity's thinking in themselves, and given the urgency of climate change and the kind of growing inequities in the world, are these perhaps elite concepts, as you've mentioned. But of course, what we've rather done is to try and reposition the idea of heritage as forensic and as critical in order to not lose precisely those concepts of kind of the sort of questions of colonialism, questions of apartheid here, and the kind of questions of power that are embedded in our buildings and landscapes. And I think that Olu, it sort of relates so much to the kinds of spaces that you were talking about earlier as well. And so I think that we've thought about that. We've also thought about, in the pandemic, we got really tired and we decided to have some more fun. And so we've also, some of the stuff that we've done has been trying to sort of say that creativity comes out of doing the things we really enjoy. And I think what we put together here today is part of that, and we really look forward to your comments. And Svea, do you want to add anything?
No, let's watch the video and then we'll pick up this conversation.
All right, wonderful. Can we ask somebody to press play on our video, please?
I'm Svea Josephy.
I'm Nadine Murray. We are delighted and indeed honoured to be delivering this plenary address in the second Modern Heritage of Africa conference, titled Modern Heritage in the Anthropocene, hosted by the Bartlett School of Architecture and the University College London and the School of Architecture at the University of Liverpool. Our talk today develops on work presented in the first conference, the Modern Heritage of Africa, hosted at the University of Cape Town in September 2021. We'll be taking you on a journey into the desert in a way to highlight not only difficult pasts and precarious futures, but also the concealed, contested and creative interconnections between both, as we show the manner in which intellectual ideas in architecture and photography circulated between South Africa and the USA in the last 70 years. The work we are currently busy with confronts the challenges posed by conventions of disciplinary knowledge as these relate to our thinking around the Anthropocene. As the organisers of today's conference state, a reminder of the fundamental paradox that modern heritage is simultaneously of modernity and threatened by its consequences. This talk develops on the work we presented in Cape Town in 2021, which was titled Learning from Steenkopf, in which we invoked the celebrated study Learning from Las Vegas, first published in 1972 by Rob Venturi, Denise Scott Brown, and Stephen Eisenhower, to think about the South African architect Rudolf Uyttenbogaert's award-winning 1975 Steenkopf community building in the desert of South Africa. In the process of research, we've become fascinated by Scott Brown's multiple contributions beyond architecture and urban design. Today we explore the extraordinary complicity of her life and work of this woman born and raised in Southern Africa and celebrated as the greatest American architect. Our argument follows her life and career through a consideration not of her architectural interventions nor buildings, but of her photographs, which have also become the subject of more recent attention. Her rich practice as a photographer spans many decades across Africa, Europe, and North America. We seek to think about her work, how her work might be repositioned and revisited as a woman architect and photographer in a time when the global fields were almost completely dominated by men in America, but so too in Southern Africa. Documenting her projects and sites, her photographs were intended as teaching models for use in her lectures on architecture, landscape, and art history. We suggest that if we view her photographs differently, they speak to questions of societal modernity and inequalities that are also informed by her South African experiences. In a well-known interview with Scott Brown in the 1990s, she claimed, "I have an African view of Las Vegas." In this research, we learned from Scott Brown's Las Vegas, her images of the city and desert, and her photographic archive from our location as an architect and photographer working in South Africa now.
It might seem strange to start a presentation on modern heritages in Africa with Robert Venturi, the now contested deceased hero of the American postmodern movement. Venturi helped to reshape modern architecture by incorporating mannerist complexity, symbol, layering of meaning, history, references, popular culture, formal complexity, and powerful critiques of modernism. However, it is behind, or next to, the powerful figure of Venturi that a woman born and raised in Southern Africa emerges as a key force in global modern heritage. This woman is Venturi's wife, architect, urban planner, and more recently celebrated as a photographer, Denise Scott Brown. Scott Brown was born in Nkana on the Copperbelt region in what is now Zambia in 1931. She moved to Johannesburg aged 2, and after attending school at Kingsmead, went on to study architecture at the University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg from 1948 to 1952. She then studied at the Architectural Association School of Architecture, the AA, in London. She married fellow South African Robert Bob Scott Brown in 1955, and thereafter they travelled in Europe on a grand tour documenting architecture through sketches and photography. They returned to South Africa in 1957 for a year of work and reflection before they moved to Pennsylvania in 1958, where the idea was to study under Louis Kahn. Together, they ended up being more interested in urban planning. Denise and Bob Scott Brown's intention was to learn from London, Europe, and Philadelphia, and then to return to South Africa to help make changes to South Africa's urban design, and through this make changes to South Africa's politics, recognizing the role that urban planning had played in apartheid. When Bob Scott Brown died in 1959, Denise Scott Brown decided to stay in the US, and she ended up having a huge impact on architecture, planning, and culture in the US instead. She went on to teach urban planning at Penn, UCLA, and Yale, and she later married Bob Venturi, or Robert Venturi, and moved back to Philadelphia with him in 1967. In 1966, she took Robert Venturi to the desert town of Las Vegas for the first time. She had been there several times before. They returned in 1968 with graduate and undergraduate students from the Yale School of Art and Architecture, from programs in architecture, planning, and graphics to study the city. It was a groundbreaking inquiry and found its form in a book called Learning from Las Vegas, 1972. Throughout this time, we are interested in the manner in which she brought her many ideas from South Africa and had what she called an African view of Las Vegas. Denise Scott Brown was a great promoter of joint creativity. She had this with Bob Scott Brown and Robert Venturi, but also in her architectural practice and with colleagues and students. Denise Scott Brown once said, "There is no immaculate conception of ideas. Collaboration is the truth of architecture." This is true of architecture and of photography, which also relies on collaboration. Nolene Murray and I have worked together on collaborative, interdisciplinary projects for 15 years that cut across our research interests. This has been intensely important to our practice as academics, practitioners, teachers, and personally too. Nolene is trained as an architect and is now Chair of Critical Architecture at the University of Pretoria. I am Associate Professor of Fine Art Photography at the University of Cape Town and practice as an artist and writer on contemporary art. We have worked together on projects that consider the place, form, and politics of photography, architecture, planning, and infrastructure in Africa. In the work we do, we might say that our critical approach is to learn from architecture, from photography, and from each other. We look to what photography brings to architecture and vice versa. As Denise Scott Brown and Robert Venturi worked, we have thought deeply about joint creativity in an interdisciplinary way.
The conventional relationship between architect and photographer is one in which the architect sees the photographer as a technician who will advance the architect's vision by documenting his buildings and urban plans, faithfully showcasing the architect's concept. In some cases, a collaborative partnership, such as between Le Corbusier and Lucien Herve, or Mies van der Rohe and Ezra Stoller, Richard Neutra and Julius Schumann, or Oscar Niemeyer and Marcel Gauterot, there's evidence of photographers' own creative visions. But while these genres of architectural photography vary, the images remain largely promotional and aesthetic records of their oeuvres of work of great men and great buildings. Yet there's another way in which photography and the spatial disciplines operate in a manner that is interrogative, analytical, critical, and at times forensic. In the work of Torolab, Forensic Architecture, or Laura Kurgan's Centre for Spatial Research, these are all cooperative projects that in some way owe a debt, as does ours, to the work of Denise Scott Brown's early collaborations, in which the site and the field trip is an essential methodology. Much like in her work, we conduct research and gather our archives of material together. Together we've learnt about the domestication of brutalism in Welkom, the Gateway in the Athlone Cooling Towers, the Plan in our Third World's model cities and South projects. We variously found ourselves immersed in the post-mining theme park of Johannesburg's Gold Reef City and the Apartheid Museum, looking for traces of the dream plan for development envisioned by a collective of South Africa's best-known architects at the height of apartheid in the 1970s, led by another Wits graduate of architecture, Ivor Prinsloo. We've looked at the Las Vegases of Sun City, the Lost City, and Gold Reef City, and to the desert of the Northern Cape Province and the mining town of Welkom to problematize the popular notion that modern architecture can easily slip into the temporal category of heritage.
Much of our recent work has been furthering our dialogue around Nolene Murray's ongoing work into the buildings of South African architect Roelof Uyttenbogaert, who with Scott Brown and others studied at the University of Pennsylvania under Louis Kahn in the 1960s. In visiting key sites of Uyttenbogaert's architecture in South Africa, we have thought to think about what Nolene has argued, that the effect of apartheid modernities has rendered these works as places as complicated and tainted in the post-apartheid. Initiated under the Critical Architecture and Urbanism project, we have found 1. Brutalism domesticated by the very same white Afrikaner publics for whom the building was designed, but for whom the building's severe forms and elemental materials were austere in the suburban setting of a mining town in the Welkomstheid Nederlandse Gereformeerde Kerk. Returning to the space in 2019, over 50 years since its completion, where Uyttenbogaert's modernist vision was the expression of materials, we found and photographed what had happened to the building through the small idiosyncratic interventions by those who inhabit and use the space. Sitting on the strip in Welkom, literally welcome, a mining town in decline, we seemed to be in a Las Vegas of sorts. The architect's record of photographs that we knew showed brutalism on the raw landscape of the grassland or veld at the moment of construction in the 1960s, and we found instead a building absorbed into white suburban landscape surrounded by palisade fencing in a garden punctuated by the energies of caretaking, pot plants on the exterior, and an interior mediated by off-shelf decorations providing small comforts and personalizing the austere space, based on Uyttenbogaert's referential obsession with the Unity Temple he had studied while at Penn.
We found Africanized theme parks, forms of crass racialized postmodernism in the ex-homeland at Sun City, the Lost City and at Johannesburg's Gold Reef City, all gambling complexes developed and recognizably the various Las Vegases of South Africa. Gold Reef City, as I've argued elsewhere, is perhaps ironically the only remnant, or heritage perhaps, of the architect's scheme for the New South, where an entertainment zone was envisaged as part of the unbuilt Rand Mine scheme for the redevelopment of the outmined Crown Mines. Designed by Uyttenbogaert and others, ironically the space is located next to Soweto, and the designers were confounded by the problem of race and instead experimented with other forms of radical intervention until the money ran out. In its place is the current-day Apartheid Museum, developed by the infamous Kroc brothers as a pretense of social consciousness and as a heritage initiative of the Casino Project. We also found the utopian program of the South African variant of the modernist form, the Community Centre, in a ruin in the once mission town of Steenkop in the desert of the Northern Cape, which became a parallel to the landscape setting of Las Vegas. Here, in a performance piece, we played out the personas of Denise and Bob and revisioned them over 40 years later through our own experience. Back in Cape Town, we found Le Corbusier's Carpenter Centre, the site of forced removals in Lower Claremont, in one of Cape Town's first shopping malls at the Wertmuller Centre, commissioned by the major insurance house Old Mutual for a whites-only shopping venue at the height of apartheid. Since 2007, the building has been the object of a dispute over its heritage worthiness as a key example of modern heritage as claimed by local groups such as Docomomo. Here, as I've argued extensively, we could see Uyttenbogaert's attempts at designs for the everyday man, which saw a complex deployment of the notion of the bazaar or the souk, dressed up in Corbusian forms, ultimately resulting in its absolute failure as a usable shopping centre and huge negative public sentiment. Architects have hailed it a significant heritage building, while across the road, the American-inspired internalized box form of the neighbouring Cavendish Square remains a firm public favourite. So there are many parallels, as you'll see in our slides, of modern heritages in South Africa with the work by Venturi, Scott Brown and Isono. In our collaborations, we're interested primarily in the politics of race and space, in relationships, connections and forms of use and abandonment in the post-apartheid. In Barbier's interview with Scott Brown, he draws out the relationship between Johannesburg and Las Vegas, saying, "I could see that you're drawing a line from Johannesburg and Soweto to New York and Philadelphia." Scott Brown did this important work in the US, but often she linked it back to what she'd learnt about modernism in Southern Africa, particularly in Johannesburg, with its billboards, its industrial cooling towers and mine dumps. Scott Brown also remarks on the parallels between apartheid South Africa and the black neighbourhoods of Philadelphia in the 1950s, saying, I think I'm in apartheid South Africa. While we know that Scott Brown is an Ur and Venturi learned from Las Vegas, we're particularly interested in where Denise learned from.
In her Soane Medal lecture in 2018, Scott Brown says, "I grew up surrounded by my mother's Africa of the mind." This gave Scott Brown a love of the felt and a preference for occupying the outskirts, the edge of things. Scott Brown talks about Johannesburg as made up of houses, apartments, and modernist office blocks. It reminded visitors of a Midwestern American town. Scott Brown was fascinated as a child by Johannesburg's neon lights, and she said that if Johannesburg had gateways at all, these would be its cooling towers and mine dumps. She connects Johannesburg with modernism, American influences, traditional rural African influences, the influences of Portuguese Africa, the eclecticism of Rhineland architecture, red brick and English vernacular, the planned and unplanned areas of Soweto, Ndebele, wattle and daub structures, and Dutch colonialism, all in the landscape of the veld. In her Soane lecture, Scott Brown talks about her own wayward eye. This eye, she explains, is attracted by opposites, complexities and contradictions, tensions between the urban and rural, the modern and traditional, the Western and African, and her own inner iconoclasm and a fascination with rule breaking. These competing tensions drove and energized her creativity and defined her understanding of architecture and arguably her understanding of photography. In describing her early fascination with Las Vegas, Scott Brown says, "My parents went to Las Vegas in 1950 and they sent back photographs. They were very strange because of my mother's inexpertise. She had just been on a game reserve in South Africa, and in one of her rolls of the strip at night, there's a giraffe walking down it, so the two pictures are superimposed." This photographic coming together of the African Game Reserve and Las Vegas in Denise Scott Brown's childhood foreshadows her eclectic wayward eye that saw Las Vegas through an African view. Perhaps having experienced them photographically, she was receptive to the similarities, parallels, complexities, and palimpsests that make up Las Vegas. It was perhaps photography that allowed her to experience this for the first time. Expanding on her journey with architecture and photographic adventures with her first husband, Bob Scott Brown, she says she began taking photographs more seriously in the 1950s. Bob and I were looking for record shots, and then we got involved with communications, streets, and the way store signs behave, and we began taking those shots too. According to Barberi, photography has been a key element of Scott Brown's approach to architecture and urban design. Barberi points out that Scott Brown has always used photography as a powerful tool to show these systems and patterns. And Scott Brown says that photography is crucial for ideas about architecture and urbanism. However, Scott Brown insists, "I've never thought of myself as a photographer, only as an architect and urbanist. But for 7 decades I have taken photographs and used photography to illustrate the ideas behind what I teach, design, and write." Perhaps she did not see herself as a photographer because, as she identifies, in the 1960s and 70s, serious artful photography was black and white, and color was used to document reality. "This suited me just fine. Reality comes first for me," she says. She correctly identifies a certain trend in art photography, which tended to be black and white, whereas her images, produced as slides, have the hard, saturated color of advertising. Color is indeed reality. We do not see the world in black and white, and a number of artist photographers, such as William Eggleston and Stephen Shaw, were moving over to color in the 1960s and 70s in the US. Denise Scott Brown's sojourn in California had familiarized her with the work of Ed Rush's 26 gas stations and every building on the Sunset Strip. Rush's work and the notion of the strip is quoted in Learning from Las Vegas. Denise Scott Brown was familiar with Peter Blake, Roy Lichtenstein, and the notion of pop and pop art, which fed directly into both postmodern architecture, art, and photography. In addition to photography as record, Denise Scott Brown used photography as a tool to understand the world, a tool of artistic and personal expression. Scott Brown, in a video entitled Space, Time, Existence, talks about how photography has worked alongside architecture for her. And she concludes that photography is a sub-discipline of architecture, as important as architectural history.
And to conclude, Denise Scott Brown famously said she learned from Le Corbusier to go behind the building where architects consider the practicalities rather than the aesthetics of the facade. Scott Brown often photographed the backs of buildings as they revealed more than the front. Our own African view adopts a similar approach to the work and critique as we make sense of our positionality. In our work, we use our spatial skills, our skills of looking, in order to read, in the hermeneutic sense, the post-colonial and the post-apartheid situatedness of the sites, structures and buildings we work with. We've playfully invoked our learning metaphor, as others have, including their son, James Venturi, whose filmic Learning from Bob and Denise was recently received funding from the Graham Foundation. We hope that our learning from them is the understanding of beauty, and that if the aesthetic pursuit of the Western tradition in high architecture has always been betterment and beauty, that they remind us to look beyond that. The formulation of the Cape Town document of modern architecture underscores the critical urgency to re-evaluate notions of heritage and Anthropocene, described so ably by our hosts, as the age of humankind's dominance and potential destruction of the singular world we live in, where the theme of modernity as a questionable, fixed, rational, architectural, artistic and historical register decontextualized from genealogies of contestation, violence and erasure of the lives and cultural history of the subaltern along their own associated human and environmental trauma. In this moment of thinking about the Anthropocene from a location in and of Africa, we cannot help but proposing a troubling of the stable notions of African heritage, and especially in the context of the modern. Because as we know, behind the facades of the modern movement in Africa are profoundly complicated backyards that complicate the memorial and commemorative practices of the West. We thank Denise Scott Brown and others for this profound reminder.
Okay, I think we have about 10 minutes before we break for lunch. So I welcome any questions that want to be posed to Nolene and Severe. Well,
we've just moved because we've got load shedding, so I hope we're connected.
I suppose one of the more radical ideas they propose is whether we can use the notion of apartheid as a crime against humanity, as a leaf motif to explore modern architecture. It's quite important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I really enjoyed it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So hi everyone. Double speak. So thanks so much for that presentation, and obviously congratulations to everyone involved in this event. It's really super. I really enjoyed your thinking and your practice and your collaboration. And I wanted to ask, because I've read with my students recently the Ilia Levin essay on Denise Scott Brown, which also retrieves her heritage, her South African sensibility and her visual qualities. But Levin has a much more critical sort of conclusion or engagement, which really is about drawing attention to the apartheid complexities and of the privilege that Denise Scott Brown had. And I just wanted to ask if you could speak to that, because I think it's just very important when we're reading and thinking about where we come from as practitioners and how you are critically, but engaging and recuperating Scott Brown, not just as a kind of individual where we get into these positionalities of criticality that can mean we let go of people. So I just wondered about that, because I think it's very much something we're all thinking about our own positionality and engaging with criticism, and then how we engage with these practitioners and hidden and oppressed histories. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps Nolene, Severe, you want to answer this question while others mull over the questions that they want to ask.
Oh, thank you, Shahid. I'm not quite sure who the second question was, but just to speak to your question, the sort of
Nolene, you need to unmute.
Am I not unmuted?
The problem.
Maybe your volume's on. No. It should be unmuted here.
Nolene, just a moment.
Okay. I think some people can hear us.
We can hear you online.
Yes, I'm getting. Thanks, Olive.
I know, Lee. We just check the speaker at our end. We can't hear you at the moment. If you just speak for a little while, then we'll just see if we can get your audio coming through.
All right. I think that the question was from the floor. I'm not quite sure. Does anyone know who asked the question in this hybrid format? The second question. Do you know, Olu?
It's okay there. Yeah.
No, I can't see who asked the question, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yeah, we think we've just got you. Could you carry on speaking?
That was Ola.
Can you hear us now?
We can, yeah.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thanks.
All right.
Sorry.
No, not at all. Thanks, Shahid. Well, so there are two questions there. We're not quite sure who asked the second question, so maybe we can address it, but thank you for these questions. Shahid, I think your question really goes to, I mean, this, modern, if one takes sort of modern architecture's moment as a kind of periodic kind of moment in the sort of succession of the great styles of architecture and things, modern architecture coincides with apartheid. One cannot think of it in purely hagiographic or celebratory modes that are separated from its social context. And indeed, the sort of notion of apartheid we deliberately put back into our thinking. And I think this segues into the question about Denise Scott-Brown. We've done in our broader work, and we've been engaging with this question of, what do you do with a woman whose kind of elevated sense of privilege coming out of two colonial contexts in Africa then becomes a kind of global figure. But we decided today to sort of treat it as a kind of an overview. But of course, there's this complex thing that happens in the making of her womanliness and in her privilege and in the way in which she gets sort of excluded in the bigger debates within the US. So thank you for that question. I'm not sure who asked it, but do you want to add anything?
Yes, and I think also in our, in our longer sort of paper that we are writing about this, we also want to bring in other photographers like Santamafo King, who, arguably worked in ways that were similar, certainly with some similar subjects, the billboards that he did in Soweto, and also the landscape photography. So I think there'd be ways of talking to other photographers. We also obviously looking at Goldblatt, who is white, but Goldblatt comes up. There are a number of photographers who we want to look at, for the purposes of kind of comparison and weaving them through and into our looking at her photography.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Should we bring this to a close? Fine. You can ask a question.
Well, no, I think we should probably bring it to a close, because we have some mic waving. It was a wonderful presentation, both of you. Thank you so much for kicking off this conference in such a fitting way, and also for sticking with us through MOHA from last year through this year, and obviously into next year as well. It's been great to have your work at the center of everything that we've done from the outset. For those in the room now, we have lunch outside for the next, or a break for the next hour and a half. And then we'll reconvene in here at 1:30 for the next plenary speech by Samia Henny on colonial toxicity. So please do rejoin us in this room at 1:30. After that presentation, we will then go into the parallel sessions. So there'll be one session in this room and one session in 602 on the top floor. So we'll split the group into two at that point. So I think that all remains for me to say thanks everyone for coming, particularly to Nolene and Svea for your presentation and contributions today. Sorry you can't be with us, as you say, the Anthropocenic question of international visas and national boundaries is not missed on a lot of the presentees who are not present at this conference. It has been noted. But thank you very much for joining us online, and see everyone in the room in 1.5 hours time. Thanks very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our first, what number plenary is? Our second plenary session. My name is Matthew Mukunda and I will be introducing the speaker coming out. And I think for the purposes of this conference and really in relation to some of your work, I'm reminded of what Derrickson notes on urbanism and the Anthropocene, taken from the Subcommission on Courtney Stratigraphy. The definition of the Anthropocene as marked by, among other things, changes to the chemical composition of oceans, soils, and the biosphere, which are attributable to anthropogenic perturbations, including colonization, agriculture, urbanization, and global warming. And from this definition, it's easy to see how modern day warfare, chemical warfare, and moreover, nuclear warfare epitomizes the scale and impact of human activity on the planet. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker for this session. Samia Henny is a writer, a historian, an educator, a curator. She is an assistant professor at Cornell University, where she teaches history of architecture and urban development. Her teaching and research interests include the history and theory of the built and destroyed environments in relation to colonization, forced displacement, gender, nuclear weapons, and wars from the first wave of European colonization in the early 19th century to the present. She's the author of multi-award-winning Architecture of Counter-Revolution, the French Army in Northern Algeria, the editor of Deserts Are Not Empty, which was released this year by Columbia, and War Zones, GTA Papers 20. And she's the maker of some truly wonderful exhibitions, such as, I won't say the French, but Archives, Secret Defense, Housing Pharmacology, and Discrete Violence, Architecture and the French War in Algeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Sami. Thank you.
So maybe in the meantime, I can say thank you. Does it work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This microphone is for the online audience.
Sure.
You just need to project yourself for the in-person. And this air conditioning is rather loud.
Oh.
So particularly them in the back corner, they are the ones to worry about. Otherwise.
Can you hear me in the back?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Okay. So it's working. Okay. For both. Great. Name loud. Yeah. Thank you, Maxwell, for this wonderful introduction.
No.
No.
He says.
Sound good? How's that? Oh, great.
Great.
Apologies.
No worries. Thank you very much. Can I? Yes. I'm just trying to find a way to place my notes. Yes. Okay. So hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Maxwell, for this wonderful introduction. I would like to thank all the organizers, Edward Tennyson, Guan Yu Ren, Lakshmi Priya Rajendra. I'm sure my pronunciation is very bad. I apologize for this. Maxwell, Koksu, Toprak, Nadine Hamed, Camilo Buano, but also all those who are working very hard to make this possible, and those who are in the back or that are making really this conference possible. So thank you all for organizing this conference, for inviting me. Before I start, I would like to state that I am against any form of racism and any form of sexism. As a victim of that, I would like to really thank those who had the courage and the strength to denounce these forms of violence. So I really hope that UCL and the Bartlett will be able to defend accountability and justice. So it's really a pleasure to discuss with you all some aspects of my current work. It's a book project and also an exhibition project. The book project is titled Documenting Colonial Toxicity, the French Army in Northern Algeria, and the exhibition is titled Performing Colonial Toxicity, and it's going to open in 2023, next September, at Framer Framed in Amsterdam. This work is really a conversation or an ongoing conversation with the previous work, Architecture of Counter-Revolution, that Maxwell cited. the French Army in Northern Algeria, which was published first in English in 2017 and then translated into French in 2019. This kind of work, but also the work that I'm doing, and I think the work that I will be doing all my life, we'll see. It's triggered by a French law that was decreed in February 23 in 2005. On that day, the French Fifth Republic, which is still, the constitution still, let's say, in progress or still ruling the Republic, that in 2005, the French Republic was under Jacques Chirac. They decreed a law titled The Recognition of the Nation and the National Contributions of Repatriated French. Article 4 mandated that teachers must teach students about the so-called positive role of French colonialism, particularly in North Africa. That is to say, in French departments of Algeria, the Sahara, the Algerian Sahara, and the French protectorates of Morocco and Tunisia. The second sentence of that article read, school programs recognize in particular the positive role of the French presence overseas, notably in North Africa, and concede to history and to the sacrifices of the combatants of the French army in this territory the eminent position to which they have the right. Which with Article 4, the French authorities dictated the contents of history lessons, brainwashed pupils studying in French schools, obligated teachers to shroud in silence a number of infamous colonial massacres, compelled teachers and pupils alike to prize French colonialism and imperialism, rejected the violence of colonialism, undermined the work of historians and their ongoing debates, offended all those who had lived or still live under a colonial regime, overlooked the accountability and responsibility of the French colonial authorities, and celebrated the crimes that the French civil and military authorities committed, including the crimes of the French paramilitary terrorist group known as the Organization of the Secret Army. These are only a few of the consequences of one term, positive, you know, it's a crime. So, and of this really very racist law. The law was implemented for about 1 year after protests and debates and oppositions to this law. The law was, this term was removed from that law. But for me, you know, it existed, and the fact that it passed and the fact that one can think this, it's a huge issue and it's a huge problem. But in addition to that imposed amnesia, very recently on January 1st, 2020, the Secretary General of Defense, the French Secretary General of Defense and National Security, activated an existing law that required the formal declassification of every classified document from 1940 to the present. This is to say, the French government classified all military documents stamped confidential, secret, top secret that were up to that moment declassified and open to the public. This means that architecture of counter-revolution cannot be written today. Now, most of the archives that I worked on before then are today classified. So we are really going backwards, on my opinion. What I will be presenting today, it's the archives and the documents are all classified. It's a military secret, so be careful with the photographs. It's your, it's your own responsibility. But the work that I'm presenting today is also in conversation with 2 volumes that Maxwell cited, War Zones and Deserts Are Not Empty. While the first one has been published in 2018, the Deserts Are Not Empty is, and the first one can be downloaded. It's an open access today. The second one, deserts are not empty, is really a conversation among scholars, activists, architects, planners, curators, filmmakers that are really trying to understand not only the notion of desert, but also the notion of emptiness. I know one of your panels, one of the panels is also discussing, thinking about this notion of emptiness. As you can see in my introduction, against the regime of emptiness, I try to explain or describe that what is considered to be empty is also part of this colonial construct, and the fact or the intention to fill it is also part of this colonialist, I would say, attempts. But so the volume brings together poems in original languages, conversations with collectives, and essays by scholars and professionals from the fields of architecture, architectural history, curatorial studies, comparative literature, film studies, landscape architecture, and photography. So these different approaches and diverse voices draw on a framework of decoloniality to unsettle and learn the deserts, opening up possibilities to think, to see, to imagine it otherwise. In my introduction against the regime of emptiness, I show how colonial and imperial powers have often portrayed arid lands as empty spaces, ready to be occupied, to be exploited, extracted, and polluted, despite the undeniable presence of human and non-human lives and forces in desert territories. The regime of emptiness has inhabited and is still inhabiting many imaginaries. Deserts are not empty, challenges this colonial tendency, questions its roots and ramifications, and remaps the representations, theories, histories, and stories of arid lands, which comprise approximately 1/3 of the Earth's land surface. So in today's presentation, I will unpack the so-called, just to quote the French legislators, the so-called non-positive role of French colonization of Algeria. I will speak about the production of French radio activity in the Sahara between 1960 and 1966, and its circulation after 1966 until today. This radioactivity resulted from France's nuclear program and toxification of the Algerian Sahara, which began in 1960 and did not stop after Algeria gained its independence in 1962. This is because France continued to use the Sahara as an atomic firing field until 1966, that is to say, 4 years after Algeria's independence, and because radioactivity does not and cannot disappear with a treaty between a colonized and a colonizing party. So as I mentioned, the great majority of the archives of this radioactivity are still considered secret défense, top secret. That is to say, close to the public, classified. As this photograph taken by one of the military officers working in the French or in one of the French military nuclear bases in the Algerian Sahara in the 1960s, it said, please note, the center's activities have been classified as a national defense secret. Those who are indiscreet are guilty of attacking the security of the state. Photographs are prohibited. So again, it's your responsibility. So to write about this and exhibit these histories, one needs to think about what Anne-Laura Stoller suggested. I quote, to move from archive as source to archive as subject. This treats French colonialism and colonial toxicity as an ongoing history, which informs and shapes the present and the lives of human and non-human forces. Which means that some of the documents that I'm working with or on look like the one on the screen. So to introduce France's nuclear heritage in the Sahara, I have divided this presentation into 3 parts. Terra nucleus instead of nullus, situating France within its global nuclear, let's say, or within a global nuclear race. Bombs infrastructure, describing the built environment that supported the detonation of the bombs, and radioactive heritage that's really related to the conference, portraying the afterlives of the buildings, but also, and specifically in today, of one of the bombs effect, which is an anthropogenic geology. So since the onset of the nuclear age, the United States, the Union of the Soviet Socialist Republics, Russia today, the United Kingdom, France, and Israel have conducted nuclear weapons activities in colonized deserts. These Cold War programs have not only destroyed human, animal, vegetal, and other lives, but have also contaminated hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of natural, living, and built environment. Desert territory were chosen because of the colonial or the imperial administration, who considered them to be, again, empty or deprived of life. For example, in the case of France, General Charles Aéré, the head of the French nuclear program in colonized Algeria, stated in his memoir that the Sahara, I quote, was a land of thirst and fear from which all lives were repeatedly absent, end of quote. And that is characterized by, I quote, the total absence of animal and vegetal lives, end of quote. This common colonial misconception of the desert dominated repeatedly the justification for turning deserts, their overground, but also their underground, into radioactive sites. France's nuclear program began immediately after the United States dropped its atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945. In October of the same year, General Charles de Gaulle, the then chairman of the Provisional Government of the French Republic, created the CEA, the Atomic Energy Commission, now called the French Alternatives Energies and Atomic Energy Commission. The aim of this publicly funded French civil institution was to conduct atomic research in sciences, industry, and national defense. The French civil and military authorities began the colonization of Algeria in 1830. By 1848, the 3 northern civil the territories of colonized Algeria, so Algiers, Oran, Constantine, were declared French departments. And in 1902, the Algerian Sahara became a French territory administered by the French army and called les territoires du Sud, the southern territories. This colonization was part of a large imperial project that dispossessed various territories and people across the world. The so-called exploration of the Sahara and its colonization in the 19th century was key to connect France's African possessions and block the UK in its endeavor to link its colonized territories. However, in the 20th century, the Sahara Desert became synonymous of fossil fuel and atomic bombs. The French colonial regime meticulously mapped and analyzed this inhabited territory. They built oil and gas towns, space research centers, chemical weapons center, and nuclear testing sites and towns in inhabited territories. The oil was discovered in 1956, and it's still, considered, the Sahara is still considered to be a very productive, let's say, landscape in terms of fossil fuel. I'm not going to discuss this today, but I'm happy to discuss it later during the break. So I will discuss or tried to describe these two sites. So to carry out its first first bombs, the French colonial authorities built two centers in the Algerian Sahara. The Centre Saharien d'Expérimentation Militaire, the CSEM, which is the Saharan Center for Military Experiments, and it was designed for about 10,000 people. This is in Regen, as you can see on the screen, and then the Centre d'Expérimentation Militaire des Oasis, which is the CIMO, the Center for Military Tests of Oasis. It was designed for about 2,000 people in Nekir, about 600 kilometers southeast of Regen. One could also think of the terms or of the names of these bases. The term nuclear, atomic, radioactive, does not appear at all. That's really a practice that the French were carrying out. So from February 1960, that is to say 5 years after the outbreak of the Algerian Revolution or the Algerian War of Independence in 1954, and 4 years after the first exploitation of the Algerian oil in 1956, until February 1966, about 4 years after Algeria gained its independence from France, the French detonated 17 nuclear bombs, 4 atmospheric detonation in Regen, and 13 underground bombs in Nekir, and tested other nuclear technologies and weapons, spreading radioactive fallout across Algeria, Central and West Africa, as well as the Mediterranean, including Southern Europe, and causing irreversible contaminations. The atomic explosions were conducted despite a referendum on self-determination of Algeria that was in January 1961. It was approved by 75% of French voters, and which was followed by the independence of Algeria after 132 years of French colonialism. So in the early hours of February 13, 1960, the French authority detonated its very first bomb in Regen, in the plain of Tenezruft, in the Sahara, at about 1,150 kilometers southern of Algiers. Immediately after, General de Gaulle, who was then the president of the French Republic, announced, "Hurrah for France. As of this morning, it is stronger and prouder. From the bottom of my heart, his thanks to you and to those who have obtained this magnificent success." France had thus made its entry into the exclusive nuclear weapons club, becoming the 4th country to possess these weapons of mass destruction. But such a pride rarely seemed to be affected by the destructions of human, animal, and vegetal lives, and the toxification of hundreds of thousands of kilometers of natural living and built environments in Algeria, Africa, and elsewhere. The French army was in charge of the selection of the nuclear site, as well as the design, construction, and management of the nuclear bases, infrastructure, and launch fields in the Sahara. In early 1957, about 2 years after the outbreak of the Algerian Revolution, the French army, I quote, reviewed on the map all the territories then available to France that would be suitable for the testing. They believed that the Sahara, where the inhabited town of Regen was located, was the ideal site for its first atomic bombs. According to General Ayret, this land, as I mentioned earlier, was fairly distant, I would say, from mainland France, and it was a land of thirst and fear. Ayret argued that this area was characterized by the total absence of life. So to confirm this choice, a French delegation visited the United States Nevada tests, today the Nevada National Security Site, in 1957 and 1958, and witnessed the impact of the bombs, However, contrary to Ayre's statement, the town of Urgen was inhabited. The surrounding region was crossed by nomadic and semi-nomadic populations, and the fauna and flora were evidently not inexistent. Soon after this decision, military reconnaissance missions and water searches were conducted in Tenerife and to demarcate the area to be employed for the preparation and detonation of weapons for mass destruction. In his book, The French Atomic Adventure, how the strike force was born, Memories and Reflections, Ayre argued that, I quote, the organization of a fairly distant firing range where of a fairly distant firing range where considerable technical means had to be deployed was going to pose very important problems of construction, logistics, and safety. Even though the French military officers serving in the Sahara advised the Parisian army officials responsible for the execution of the nuclear program to postpone this reconnaissance to after summer because of the heat, the operations were conducted in the summer of 1957. The various factors that caused these so-called problems included the very short schedule for the construction of the infrastructure and bases, the absence of water and electricity, the lack of transportation system for goods and people, and high summer temperature reaching 50 degrees Celsius during the daytime. The military officers in charge of the realization of the construction projects were expected to coordinate the activities of the engineering units, air infrastructure departments, administration, equipment, health and communication, as well as to organize air, land, and sea transportations. But on July 23, 1957, while the brutal Battle of Algiers was being waged, the French General Assembly and the Council of the French Republic adopted a law authorizing the use of 200 billion francs for the development of atomic energy between 1957 and 1961. 3 months later, secret construction sites were launched in the Algerian Sahara. Due to the limited time, I will just focus quickly on the CSEM, which is the Saharan Center for Military Experiment in Urgen. This is where all the atmospheric bombs were detonated. And because I wanted to analyze one of the effects, so I will focus on that. And I will also overwhelm you with numbers because apparently we don't have data because the archives are classified. And that's also part of the work, you know, documenting really this colonial, let's say, toxicity. So the French army demarcated an area of about 100,000 square kilometers for the preparation and execution of its first atomic bombs. This immense area encompassed 4 geographic and functional zones. An existing town known as Urgenville, located near an oasis, a new base, life base, Basvi, called Urgen Plateau for about 10,000 people and for civilians and military personnel with underground laboratories and ateliers, a new advanced base called Hamoudia, and a new ground zero zone where the bombs were to be detonated. All these areas were to be connected with paved roads. So whereas the Urgen Plateau was located about 12 kilometers east of Urgen, the shooting field was situated approximately 15 kilometers south of Hamoudia base and roughly 50 kilometers southwest of Urgen. In the spring of 1960, most of the constructions, the secret constructions planned for the CSEM were completed, comprising 82 square kilometers of buildings, 7,000 square kilometers of underground works, 100 kilometers of roads, a water production of 1,200 cubic meters per day, 4,400 kilovolts of power in 3 power plants, more than 200 kilometers of underground cable and pipes, and 7,000 cubic meters of reinforced concrete in the ground zero zones. The offices of the CSEM commandant and his officers were located in the plateau military base. This base hosted the non-advanced means of action, including troops, an airfield, laboratory, workshops, material, ammunitions, and fuel depots. It included living quarters, technical premises, a hospital, sport facilities, swimming pool, water towers, and an aerodrome with 2,400-meter runway. The personnel lived and took their meals in the Regen Plateau. A transportation system was provided to enable them to reach their workplace. A classified report titled Volume 1, The Genesis of the Organization of the Experiments in the Sahara, which was leaked, partially published, and commented on in the French daily newspaper Le Parisien in February 2010, and which is now available on the online platform of an anti-nuclear war activist group called Observatoire des Armements, Armament Observatory, a French independent non-profit center of expertise and documentation, which is based in Lyon. I'm just telling all this information so that you have access to it as well. It's online. So that in that volume, in that report, it was stated that Regen construction site allows the special engineering works department to develop and test 2 construction processes adapted to the country's climate: the so-called Saharan single-floor pavilions and the prefabricated 3-floor metal buildings. These 2 types of construction, which in fact derived from the same principle, namely the use of cavity walls with air circulation, have from the onset or the outset been studied according to their air conditioning. It was also believed that the 3-floor metal buildings offer a better natural ventilation of the rooms and protected the occupant of the upper floors from the bulk and of the sand and dust, almost constantly carried into the Sahara region by the wind. Furthermore, this special arrangement was expected to increase the density of the buildings, decrease the effect of the heat reflection from the ground, and reduce the cost of roads and air conditioning. Those who study architecture, they can definitely imagine that this cannot work in a very hot climate. You know, it's metal. So it's a side comment. But the laboratories and works of the CSEM were installed in galleries dug into the cliff in the southern part of Regen Plateau. And according to one of the founders of the Observatoire des Armements, Bruno Barillo, and he was also the winner of the 2010 Nuclear Free Future Award, he stated that, I quote, "It was there that the atomic devices arriving from France in spare parts were checked and assembled, and that the first analysis of radioactive products had to be carried out after the explosions." So by March 1960, the underground works carried out included a main structure of 4,913 square meters, 6 secondary structures with a total surface area of 717 square meters, and several reconnaissance structures with a surface area of 650 square meters. When the plant, we'll discuss this later, but the Blue Gerbeau was detonated from a metal tower of a height of approximately 100 meters, located in the ground zero area in Hamoudia. The tower was surrounded by a metal fence and guarded by the army, and contained an elevator that allowed the bomb to reach the top. A self-guided device carried out the final assembly of the atomic device, and at the control center in Hamoudia, the officials could watch the last automatic maneuvers thanks to cameras. And the firing tower was completely destroyed by the blast after the explosion of the nuclear bomb. So the blue, white, red, and green jerboas were plutonium fission devices. And unlike the first 3 atmospheric nuclear bombs, green jerboa was promptly and prematurely detonated 3 days after the second general putsch, which took place of French generals. I mean, those who are not familiar with the Algerian Revolution, so the Algerian, the war was ongoing, and there was a first putsch, and this was the second putsch of the generals in 1961 in Algiers. So detonating green jerboa ahead of schedule probably ensured that the bomb would not fall into the hands of the generals involved in the putsch. And most likely the members of the organization of the secret army that I mentioned at the very beginning. It's a paramilitary French extremist group founded by one of the generals, Raoul Salan, in 1961, who was also heading the army, the French army in Algeria. I mean, the French authorities have yet to confirm or reject this hypothesis. So I gave you a really quick introduction and overview of the extremely quick construction sites that happen in a few years. And we should maybe, before I start to discuss the more like the contemporary conditions after when the French left in 1966, some of those nuclear or radioactive wastes remained there. Some were, and they were, how can we say, parked, let's say, under the ground. So they dug huge holes and they buried these engines under the sands and the grounds of the Sahara. And I'm not going to discuss this today. I will try to discuss the creation of a geology that is still there, and the really it's a radioactive heritage that people have to live with it. And to introduce this, we have to move to the 20th century. Yeah? So forgive me this jump, but it was just like the best way to give you few fragments, and that's how also I'm working, you know, with fragments, and one has to try to connect the dots, which sometimes not possible. So yeah, so we go to the 1999. Few years ago, the representatives of the Algerian government requested the International Atomic Energy Agency, I will call it IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to carry out an expert mission and to study the radiological situation at France's former sites of nuclear weapons in the Sahara. So the IAEA special team was composed of experts from France. It should be neutral, from France, New Zealand, Slovenia, the United States, and the IAEA itself. 7 experts from the Algerian Commissariat à l'Énergie Atomique, it's also an Atomic Energy Commission, supported the internal IAEA team. And over the course of an 8-day mission on both the Regan and Inker sites, the team collected samples of sand, fused sand, solidified lava, vegetation, well water, and other materials to be analyzed in the IAEA laboratories in Seibersdorf in Austria. In their report, that's titled that you just saw, titled Radiological Conditions at the former French nuclear test sites in Algeria, Preliminary Assessments and Recommendation, which was published only in 2005, about 6 years after their mission. The experts of the IAEA stated, I quote, all sites in Regan are contaminated. Gerboise Blanche and Gerboise Bleu are locally highly contaminated, with the most of the contamination residing in the black, vitreous and porous material, sand melted at the time of the explosion and then solidified. The unvitrified sand is much less active, end of quote. So this so-called fused sand, or to use the IAEA description, the black, vitreous and porous materials, sand melted at the time of the explosion and then solidified, was portrayed in l'Arbi Ben Chiha 2010 documentary, Vent de Sable, Le Sahara des essais nucléaires, Sandwind, the Sahara of the nuclear tests. I'm gonna share with you 2 videos with the sound, just to live the experience of being there and listen to Bruno Barillo, the co-founder of the Observatoire des Armements. So, and I will translate what he says. He's there with independent. It's not. He was not part of that mission that they just mentioned. He established an independent mission together with other scientists and activists. So I hope the sound is going to work.
Là, il a dépassé la dose. Il y a des traces de plutonium. Alors la durée de vie, ça, c'est 24 400 ans, enfin la période. Donc la décroissance, il faudrait 10 périodes, 240 000 ans pour que ce soit plus nocif.
It's okay. So I'll it's not working, huh? Excuse me? No, okay, so it's fine. I'm so sorry. This is really, yeah, we tested before. So it was supposed to work. So maybe just to tell you what is at stake here. So they're speaking about this exactly this nuclear heritage, this radioactive heritage. And there is also a sound, which is really important. So they are checking with this Geiger the radioactivity, and you hear ding. I'm not able to do it, but you know what I'm talking about. It's not good. Sorry, jet lagged a bit, but next time I had to practice. Yeah. Okay, so Bruno Barillo noted that it is clear that this is an artificial structure. It's not natural. It is a sand that was vitrified by the heat of the explosion, and that it's incorporated. It incorporated metals that were contained in the bomb. So the raw material is plutonium. It is an extremely toxic radioactive element. He says when it breaks, there may be plutonium dust, which is dangerous in terms of health. The slightest dust of plutonium which settles in the mucous membranes can be a source of concern because it sometimes radiates for 10 to 20 years. It destroys the cells and causes cancer. He also stated that these traces of plutonium, their lifespan is 400,000. No, this is not good. Sorry. 24400, 24,400. Exactly. Sorry. Years. And for the decay, it would take 10 periods. That is to say 240,000 years for it to no longer be harmful. And when I interviewed experts, they don't really know because we don't have that time. So there are studies and we don't know it. They said it's safer to say it's irreversible and it's forever. He continues and he says it shows that these particles that are dangerous, they exceed the dose. We can't hear it, but believe me, we clearly identify where the danger is. It is not the sand of the whole area, it is really these stones which have been vitrified by the explosion and which contain radioactive elements ejected from the bomb. So I had like other evidence just for the sake of the evidence, but I think I need to conclude, and I would like to conclude with a kind of specter of the French heritage in the Sahara. This is much more recent, and it happened actually since the 1960s, but recently it was a bit more discussed, and maybe you are familiar with this Guardian article. So this is February 2021. There was also another one in 2022. So this year, social media and European newspaper published photographs of this specter of atomic heritage. People and journalists in Europe were so excited about, I quote, the beautiful yellow ochre skies of Europe, or I quote, the lovely, soft, milky yellow light. Believe me, there is no filter in this image. This beautiful color was caused by sand particles coming from the Sahara, Saharan dust and sand that covered parts of southern and central Europe in 2001 and 2002. But according to weather services, the wind conditions in the Sahara regions of Algeria, Mali, and Mauritania forced the sand 2 to 5 kilometers up into the sky before it was blown toward Europe via southerly winds. So as this newspaper article published 10 days after the very beautiful colors of European skies suggested, I quote, dust from the Sahara Desert blown north by strong winds to France did not only bring stunning lights and sunsets, it also carried abnormal levels of radiation, end of quote. So these abnormal levels of radiation come, in fact, from the French nuclear bomb in the Sahara that were carried out between 1960 and 1966. So the heritage of French toxification of the Algerian Sahara is now haunting also people across Europe. So thank you very much for your attention.
Samia, thank you so much for an absolutely outstanding presentation and representation of your work, which is, well, couldn't be a more fitting piece of work for this conference. And we were delighted that you were able to come to this conference in person, albeit in the nick of time. That said, I'm afraid to say we've reached the end of the time for this session, but because Samia is here and we're delighted to have her here for the full duration of the conference, I hope any questions you have, please don't hesitate, obviously, to continue those conversations through your questions with Samia over the next 3 days or so. I'm sure many of you will have questions for her, and continue those discussions in the sessions that we'll have from here on. So we ought to get on with those sessions. We have about 5 minutes, according to the timetable, to start them. If it takes 5 or 10 minutes to get settled in the other room. Sorry for those of you online, we just need to vacate. Some of us need to vacate this room to go upstairs to the other session, other parallel session. But in the meantime, Samia, thank you so much for an outstanding presentation.
Thank you so much.
Another round of applause, please.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so those of you that are, if you look at the schedule 6:02, either a little bit of a walk up the stairs, the main stairs, the room is right in front of you, or the lifts, you'll be a bit slower. For this evening's session,
I might one of the helpers of I was at the World Heritage Committee when they
All good? Great. Okay, folks, if we can start this parallel session. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to those of you online who've logged into this particular session. I will be handing over to my colleagues, Professor Shahibauda, who you obviously saw this morning, and Elisa Barry, who has come from Senegal to be with us. She was a very key member of the MOHA conference this time last year, and together they'll be co-chairing this session. There will be an opportunity, obviously, for questions and answers at the end of the session. We'll have, I think, 5 presenters coming up in turn. So save your questions for the discussion at the end. We'll probably seat the presenters, those that are in person here, as well as be joined online by those that are online. So when the questions come, we'll be speaking to an online group of panelists as well as audience as well. Okay. With that, I'll hand over to Shahid.
Okay, I'm really not going to be doing much of the chairing. I'll be sitting in the background, making notes and watching the online if I can, just to check that any questions that come through we'll be able to pose. But I'm now going to hand over to you, Alicia, and you will... Oh, you've got it. Oh, okay.
Okay. Should I unmute? Okay. So I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Alissa Barry. I'm an architect and urbanist specialized in African cultural heritage. And I was very happy to be participating in the first edition of the MOHOA. So very happy to be here as well for the second edition. So for this first parallel session, we will have the subject of coloniality and modernity. And I'm very happy to introduce Olga Białostoka. So Olga is an archaeologist by training. Her research focuses on the issues related to heritage and identity, interculturality and inclusivity in the context of decoloniality, globalization, and social justice. So she will make a presentation on the historic town of Grand Bassam as an example of transmodern heritage. Olga, the floor is yours. Should I unmute after? Okay.
You can just put it on top.
And who's going to be changing the slides? Is it me or is it they?
It'll be here, but I need to...
Sorry.
But I also need to know where. Can I just see? See this thing. Okay, so you just need that. So if you can put your computer there, that's it.
Thank you. Sure, but the mic. Can I have access to this?
It's online. I think we're getting them.
Okay.
Good.
So from the beginning.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. As I was presented, my name is Olga Białostocka, and I'm originally from Poland, but I live and work now in South Africa. And this presentation is, in a way, a continuation of what I was talking about last year at the first MOHOA, where I gave a theoretical presentation on transmodern heritage. So if you're more interested in the theoretical conceptualization of transmodern heritage, you can find it in the Curator magazine that Edward presented today in the morning. So the historic town of Grand Bassam, a World Heritage Property since 2012, is located southeast of Abidjan, the economic capital of Côte d'Ivoire. It is inscribed on the World Heritage List under criteria 3 and 4. The property consists of Quartier France, the first colonial capital of present-day Ivory Coast, established by the French in the 19th century, and Nzima village, which has functioned as the center of an independent kingdom of Nzima Kotoko from the 15th century. Both are located on the coastal barrier south between the Atlantic and the Ouladine Lagoon. And the property also includes a lighthouse located on the peninsula between the lagoon and the Comoé River. The historic town of Grand Bassam is considered an outstanding example of a colonial town from the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, established in line with the principles of functionalism and hygiene of that time, and adapted to climatic conditions. It followed a planning concept based on the specialization of quarters, and as the first capital of Côte d'Ivoire, played an important role as a port, an economic and a legal center. The adjacent village of the Nzima people is inscribed as a testimony to the permanency of indigenous cultures. The property reveals the complex social relations between Europeans and Africans during the colonial era, and represents a place that gave rise to the popular movement that ultimately led to the independence of the country. This is how the site or the property is presented on the World Heritage list. So the values for which the property has been inscribed are town planning and urban organization that followed the principles of functionalism, social relations between the European colonizer and the African people, and indigenous cultures or indigenous values, which are not really well specified. It's just what it is. The OUV of the property focuses on Grand Bassam as a colonial town, which was founded at the back of European modernity and the associated experience of colonization of Africa. The Nzima village, established 4 centuries before the Europeans arrived, is presented as an integral part of the property's values and described as a background, the local African context to the urbanization and the modern world system that the French brought to this part of the continent through the establishment of Quartier France. By looking at the Quartier France and the Nzima village side by side through the lens of their core periphery dynamic, one can start to understand how the colonial structure ordered the life of people in the conquered territories and what the so-called complex social relations between the oppressor and the oppressed were all about. It helps to see in the permanency of indigenous values the resilience of the African people that had to face the violence of colonization. Through colonialism, Europe asserted itself as the core of the modern world at the back of the Enlightenment movement. This core required a periphery to exist, a space of otherness against which Europe could self-define. Thus, the non-European alterity was created through a narrative of colonial difference against Europe, which converted differences into values in order to establish a hierarchy of beings. By dominating the space in the colonies and establishing procedures to acquire, distribute, and exploit lands in the subdued territories, the colonizers transformed the African social, natural, and economic landscape. The colonial structure replaced African social organizations with European institutions, changed the modes of production, and reorganized the lifestyles of the people. It created dichotomies of oral versus written, agrarian and customary communities versus urban and industrialized civilizations, and subsistence economies versus highly productive economies. I'm quoting here from Mudimbe. At the core of the dichotomizing system, which served the purpose of domination, lied the concept of colonial difference, defined in reference to the identity of the European colonizer. The African was thus seen as the opposite or the negation of a European. Yet difference does not lie on the spectrum of sameness, and the African does not need a European reference to affirm themselves in their own uniqueness. Seeing and affirming the difference of the African people as unique enables appreciating their experiences from a perspective radically diverse from the European one, not bound by the binary oppositions created by the Western world. Now, looking at heritage of modernity in Africa, it has been intrinsically linked to colonialism and understood mostly as heritage of the colonizer. The heritage of the colonized rarely reflects the principles of modernity established in the West. Thus, it is hardly viewed as modern. Sorry, this thing is jumping. In the case of the discussed World Heritage property, it is the Quartier France that is considered modern heritage. Its urban organization was articulated in 3 functional zones: residential, administrative, and commercial. These zones featured large land plots with elaborate colonial style buildings, gardens, and wide tree-lined avenues. The Quartier France imitated a European old town transplanted into the African context. The residential zone at the westernmost end of the Quartier France, in line with its purpose, consisted of colonial style buildings. In the administrative zone, further east, besides buildings serving administrative purposes, such as the courthouse or governor's palace, religious establishments, residences, and offices of the Catholic mission representatives were located. The commercial zone separated the European town from the African populations, forming part of the Quartier France, while simultaneously straddling the Nzima village. It protected the European neighborhood, serving as a barrier for the African populations. While within this zone, numerous trade houses, entrepôts, and financial institutions were located, while the economic activity was taking place in the marketplaces. The zone was populated by rich and established Nzima dealers, African foreign residents, as well as the Near Eastern people, especially the Lebanese Syrians. The Nzima village contrasted with this European town in almost every way. It was densely built up. 2 sections can be identified within its structure: the space of the moderately affluent to the west and the non-subdivided space to the east. In the first one, the middle class of the Nzima population resided. The roads in the western part of the Nzima village were laid out using orthogonal frame, which was an extension of the Quartier France network. The eastern side was covered by a network of narrow paths. It was densely populated with family compounds. The space was occupied in a communal manner, with the compounds constructed one adjoining another in an open style that enabled people to live in community. Cardinal points played a role in organizing the space of the village in relation to the social standing of its members. The Abissa Boulevard, the largest street in the village, which was demarcated by the colonizers at the request of the local populations at the beginning of the 20th century, when the Quartier France was subdivided into plots, announced the change in the mode of settlement pattern among the Nzima and marked the eastern limit of the in-between space that joined the commercial zone of the Quartier France, where the influences of the Western culture on the local one are visible in the terms of design of the space. The colonial structure is clearly visible in Grand Bassam in all dimensions of the urban design of the historic town. It transpires through the morphology of the place, its land uses, plot pattern, street layout, and the building structure, all of which in Quartier France follow the design principles established in the West based on the needs and values of the European population, while taking on different forms in the Nzima village, in line with the lifestyle of the African people. The different land uses, plot patterns, and street grids, as well as architectural forms, can be said to reflect the core periphery dynamic, which organized the lives of the inhabitants of Grand Bassam and ordered the relationship between the Europeans and the Africans based on racial classification. The social dimension of the urban design of Grand Bassam has been marked by the colonial structure, which was manifested in the zoning of the space that regulated people's relationship to it through access and functionality. The arrangement with Quartier France on one end and Nzima village on the other reflected, on the one hand, the functional, social, and strategic separation of spaces dictated by the modernist and hygiene principles based on the 3 aspects of air, greenery, and light. And on the other hand, the racial segregation at the heart of which lies colonial difference. It also seems to delimit the space of the modern and the non-modern. Yet, if we look at the heritage of modernity through the decolonial concept of transmodernity, the heritage of African people subjected to modernity can be seen and appreciated on its own as transmodern. The decolonial school of thought, through the concept of knowledge of locality, proposed reframing the discussion around transformation of culture using epistemologies of the periphery, thus opening up the space to other forms of knowledge, other ways of existing in the world. located in the exteriority of modernity, these other forms cannot be deemed to be modern as they predate modernity while also being contemporary to it. Situated beyond the traditional modern Western binary, these cultures can be called transmodern. Their difference is affirmed as unique rather than juxtaposed with any European models and designs. The transmodern heritage, while assuming the positive moments of modernity, will include the cultural expressions of the African people defined on their own terms, accounting for differences in being, knowing, and doing in all the variety of African pluriculturality. So how do we recapture this heritage that belongs to the exteriority of modernity? Back in 2005, Lazare Elundu proposed to reflect on the modern heritage in the African context through the intangible aspects associated with it and the liberation struggle history of the continent. The suggestion was made as a way of saving the most pertinent testimonies of modern heritage and reclaiming them as, and I quote here, fruits of cultural mixing, end of quote, or cultural hybridization rather than as footprints of the European architectural tradition on the African territory. Elundu used the word heritage property of Asmara, a modern African city, which is said to combine the elements of Italian modernism with local traditional Eritrean architecture to make his point. Seen in this light, in my view at least, Asmara can be considered a representative of the so-called alternative modernity. In other words, a contribution of non-Western country to the development of modernity. But such interpretation not only keeps it ideologically connected to the colonial precursor, it also risks devaluing the endogenous heritage of the African communities who, faced with modernity, kept their own cultural ways, as well as maybe evidenced by the Abashol area in Asmara, the African periphery that existed in the shadow of the Italian modernity. Nevertheless, the idea of reclaiming heritage of modernity in Africa through intangible associations produced in the process of historical continuity of sites is not just an interesting methodological tool enabling reappropriation of the heritage of another. It can also serve as a platform for an actual intercultural dialogue engendered from inside the periphery itself, leading to remembering of the dismembered history of the African people and eventually to transmodernity. The idea is based on understanding that the value of the tangible lives in the intangible. The living nature of heritage and the interconnectedness of tangible and intangible is found in the concept of heritage as knowledge, as the meanings attached in the present to the past. This knowledge, or rather knowledges, represents both the economic and the cultural capital, the content of meaning of which changes through time and across space. Speaking of heritage as a resource, Graham suggests to look at the built space of a city as a representation of the past in the present, shaped by individual and communal representations of identity. Two types of the city can be thus distinguished, an external and an internal one. The first one refers to a city in which tangible heritage is linked to innovation and tourism. It reflects the economic value of the knowledge. The internal city of the mind, overlapping with the external one, reflects the more intangible cultural dimension of heritage. It is a mnemonic city where matters of cultural differences, lifestyles, and social inclusion and exclusion play out. And I quote here, the external city is a valuable economic resource. The internal city is that in which people ground their everyday lives, end of quote. But the economic value does not lie only in the material. The internal city must be considered alongside the external one for the economic value to be sustained. While Graham focused on the economic dimension of urban heritage, Merton delved into the social aspect of built spaces using the same image of a city. He defined a city in relation to a street, a building, a room, and their functions. I quote here, a city is something you do with space. The quality of a city depends on whether these spaces are inhabited or just occupied, end of quote. The character of the city is set by the way the rooms are lived in, the way the buildings are lived in, and what goes on in the streets. Each of these spaces can be inhabited or just occupied. A street can serve merely as an impersonal no man's land, a passage from one place to another, in which case it is an uninhabited space where people simply submit. For the street to become inhabited, it must be transformed into a place where people are present to themselves. It must become livable. And I quote here, living is more than submission. It is creation. To live is to create one's own world as a scene of personal happiness, end of quote. While reappropriation of the colonial built heritage of the Quartier France through the associations with the liberation struggle history helped to reclaim modern heritage in Grand Bassam, the intangible heritage of the Nzima in the form of the Abissa Festival can offer an opportunity not just to reappropriate the heritage of the colonizer, but to arrive at transmodernity. The annual celebration of Abissa, the Nzima New Year, is an occasion to make unity across the dissolved power structures. The people meet at the Abissa Square to symbolically resolve peacefully their conflicts through social criticism. So they use local knowledge systems to do that. Abissa thus can be said to play organically the role of a platform for dialogue and reconciliation through the affirmation of evil committed. The Festival of the People represents a moment in time when the hierarchies are no longer recognized and a dialogue can take place in a space where differing views are affirmed and the fusion of differences is possible. To conclude, Quartier France and Nzima village, though existing side by side, should not be interpreted as one, as they represent different values. If one is considered a context or a background for the other, one naturally becomes a core, the other its reflection. Nzima village in the current statement of OUV of Grand Bassam is appraised mostly through the prism of, or by comparison to, its European counterpart. It is the Quartier France that constitutes the focus and the reference. As a whole, the property of Grand Bassam historic town is inscribed as an example of colonial urbanism, which, according to the nomination documentation, combined local traditional forms of housing with European designs adapted to the local conditions. So the historic town is presented as a sort of hybrid cultural ensemble. Meanwhile, the structural and organizational division of Grand Bassam clearly indicates that the property offers more than a model of a colonial modern town, the first capital of the present-day Côte d'Ivoire. It is also a rare but important insight into the spatial, social, economic, and political organization of the African society before, during, and after the arrival of the oppressor with their modern world system. Nzima village, which is now amalgamated administratively with Quartier France, which in my opinion is quite telling, is a word of its own. It is its own reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga, for highlighting the example of Grand Bassam as an example of transmodern heritage. You really showed how important the Nzima village is, and more specifically, its intangible heritage. So thank you very much for this. Now I will call Saptarshi Sanyal. Oh, okay.
It's Tarek and Shahid.
Oh.
Because we're having all the in-person ones first.
Ah, okay. So it's the one. Okay.
So
do you have the
doing
name?
according to
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna call Tariq Jenkins and Shahid, who will make a presentation on betwixt and between coloniality and new modernities, universalisms, the case of the River Club development in Two Rivers Urban Park in Cape Town, South Africa. Shahid, you have the floor.
to change that microphone over, just for the sake of those that are online. I just want to explain, sorry if it wasn't clear at the start. We've grouped all of the in-person presentations together at the start, and then the online ones will come after them. So that's why there's a slight change to what you see in this schedule. We had to change that for technical reasons. Thank you.
Okay, so just in keeping with hybridity, this one will be both online and and in person. I'm going to give a kind of background, and then I'm going to allow Tariq to speak to the topic. I also want to make just one disclaimer, because this is an ongoing conflict that's taking place, basically between various organs of the state and a range of community and indigenous organizations. It was very hard to actually do a kind of fixed presentation. So I'm going to try and keep what I have to say down to about 5 or 7 minutes, and then let Tariq talk to the rest of what is happening as current. The issue really is about an office complex that's going to be, or has been built on a floodplain that has both historic and cultural heritage significance for citizens, both local, national, international, and specifically to the descendants of the Khoi and the San, and raises all the particular issues that this particular conference wants to. So I'm not going too much into that, but beg your pardon. What we intended to do in this paper was to look at this alliance of the San and the Khoi with civic trade unions and other parties, various community groups. There's about 100 odd of them, in opposition to the alliance between the city of Cape Town, Amazon, which is the partner to the development that's taking place. That's the office complex that they want to build as their headquarters in Africa. The LLP stands for the Liesbeek Leisure Property Trust, which owns the land which they bought from a public entity, and the various groupings that are associated with this. So, in other words, the San and the Khoi groupings are not all united on this. And in the process, we wanted to uncover a couple of things: the colonial history, the various layers of the contested sites of belonging, various different identities. But also, quite importantly for this presentation, the overwhelming use of law, particularly by the state in what has been called lawfare. And then the idea that development of concrete and technology and employment and the trickle-down economics of this is development. And really at the center of this is how the commons, or land that is being used by all the people in the city of Cape Town, becomes commodified, and where then the sacred land is commodified equally and made into a tourist attraction. And so the central issues are what I have up on screen, and I've divided them up into 3. The one is about the history, the memory, the historical culture and citizenship. The other is about the environment, which I'm not emphasizing in this, but the environment is quite important because both the Black River and the Liesbeek River, at the confluence of this, has historically, way back in what you might call pre-colonial times, been common land for the Khoi and the San as pastoral and hunting and gathering people to meet there. And that's quite an important aspect of that. And that also, there's probably, not probably, there's going to be damage to the environment by pouring thousands of tons of concrete into the site to create a 6-meter high wall, just in case it does flood. And I also talked about social and economic benefits, and this is highly contested, as I hinted earlier on. There are, of course, broader conceptions that we have here, but essentially, I'm just going to read the one. Should local conceptualizations proceed on how commensurable it is within the frameworks that subsume it to a singular conception of reason, logic, law, knowledge, science, and technology? In other words, basically to a colonial imposition of what began in the Enlightenment. Should that be the only criteria by which it is judged as to whether this is heritage or not? This is the site. So the big one shows where exactly it is, and you can see at the confluence. And then the others are is just an impression of what it looks like now and what it'll look like in the future. There's more diagrams and models and all of this. You would also say that these, of course, are all generated by officials within the city, within various organs of the state, and these become what you may call part of the official policy of the government, because they use these to prove that what the opposition, in this case particularly the Khoi and the San, are saying are wrong. But I do want to point to that there is an agreement on what the tangible assets of this place is. I mean, all groups agree, right, that they are. It's not just that there were Khoi and San, is a Khoi and San site from the pre-colonial period. It's also the site of one of the first astronomical observation points built in Southern Africa, and which is quite important. It's also the first site where the Dutch took away the land because of the richness of the soil and divided it up amongst the then Dutch settlers, which was later also taken over when it became a British colony. Those archival remnants are still there, and people can see it when they walk through the place. This is what it looks like now, and this is when construction started, and that's when the first concrete started to be poured, first level. And then I do want to emphasize this, that they're building this against the background of an already existing World Heritage Site, right? The Cape Town, or not the Cape Town, the Cape Floral Kingdom, which is also a problematic site, by the way, because of course, the Cape Floral Kingdom in its inscription ignored the indigenous people that live there. And so the height of the cranes indicate what the height of the building would look like. And there's it proceeding. In order to actually grasp all of this, I tried to use Lefebvre's triad: social practice, representations of space, and spaces of representation or representational spaces. So the first one is about really the spatial practices, the current spatial practice that exists, which accepts in large measure what the city as the government of this place uses it, or how it maintains it. The representations of the space are part of all the diagrams that I showed you, the maps, the diagrams, the architectural drawings. And the representational spaces are those of the people that use it and how they represent it and want to see it in the future, which is both of the alliance of the various community organizations. I'm using the word community rather loosely, or I could use the word stakeholder, plus the way in which it is represented by the people associated with the Amazon development. And what I've tried to do is to put into that the ways in which this happens. How does spatial practice take place? How is it represented? and what are the representations of that space by the people who actually use it. And it gets extremely complicated, but my main point here is to look at these legal frameworks, because that's really at the core of the contention that it's taking place now. This started in 2017 and it continues today. And most recently, last week, there was a 3-judge high court hearing into the way in which a high court judge had given an interdict preventing the building of what I just showed you early on. In other words, there was a court interdict which stopped the building, and they went ahead anyway. And so this whole question around what is the legal framework within which you operate? What does it mean when it is basically flagrantly disregarded by both city government, national government, and developers? And in this case, when I use the word developers, I'm talking really about Amazon and its allies in South Africa. There are 3 ways in which we try to approach this by looking at intersubjective meanings, those which are particular to the San and the Khoi, particularly the idea that the communities arise out of social relationships from their mode of historical existence. They're not bound by contractual law. One. The second one is about the residents that live around this area that use this as a space in which they engage in leisure activities, proud of the, well, I wouldn't say proud, but cognizant of the history of the area, which is quite complex, including in this area, the area where a number of anti-apartheid activists lived. So that there's a long and continuous multiple history of this area. And then we do try to reflect on, so what does this site mean for people that are outside of this, outside of the main stakeholders? And it shifts from day to day. On one day you will say, well, this is bringing development and there'll be employment. And the next day they'll say, not in my backyard kind of idea. This is not possible. This will harm the environment. This does nothing for the city. And in fact, the development should actually take place in an old industrial area across one of the rivers, which is, of course, ripe for urban development. And it is an idea that Lefebvre talks about. What happens when land goes derelict? And then suddenly, at some point, the dereliction of that land becomes profitable again. And so it's quite an important concept in this context here. So I talked earlier on that there's agreement about what happened in the past. There's agreement about what has happened in the 20th century, but it all hinges on 3 things. One, what is the interpretation of those historical events? So for example, recently, the city of Cape Town said, of course, the heritage that we want to put into the construction of the site is all there. It's officially all there. But in fact, the interpretation that the San and the Khoi make of the site flies in the face of this official interpretation. And that official interpretation comes directly out of the heritage legislation in the country. And it is constantly thrown into their face. You have the 3x5 or 5x5 square meters that will be a museum to your people. That's how they put it, which already a couple of the presentations have questioned this, and including Olga in the last one said, how do you, if you constantly put onto the back foot, how do you ever get equal representation? There's no unanimity on what the word environment means. So people talk about it as pristine, which is of course nonsense. It's not untouched. It's historical, yes. It should be used for cultural practices. They're opposed to heritage freezing, as some of them have talked about. And in fact, it is not there's no convincing argument that there'll be no environment degradation. In fact, the whole question around climate change is not seriously taken into account. I'm going to stop here because I think Tariq, if he's online, is now going to take up the argument from this point onwards. Is he there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Testing the system.
Yeah, that was there to test.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can online.
Can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Can they hear me in the room, do you think?
My cell phone, let me just check.
That it might be. We had this similar thing earlier, Tariq.
Are they?
Yeah. Oh, okay, so does have to come off. Yeah, something. Yeah, just to bring in. Yeah, okay.
Aha, okay. I think
Yes.
I just have to show for now.
Okay, it's fine.
Slide 22.
Yeah, it's fine. There's only 3 more slides left. No, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't really need it. Yeah, we don't really need it.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Tariq, can you say something to us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Professor Shahid, for leading us in. I will try keep to time. This is a timeless issue, and also just to say thank you so much to the previous speakers. It's been such an incredible, rich series of presentations, and almost everything that has sort of come before has resonated so strongly in terms of this case. I'm just going to run down a few aspects which which Prof. Shahid had sort of alluded to earlier, and then maybe focus on and augment two key themes that I think are very important in as far as how this is a question of the framing of a decolonial reality that is unfolding in South Africa. I would argue that this is one of the most important heritage battles that we currently face, because the definition of heritage as it's being proposed by the interested and affected parties, and mainly the San and Khoi communities, include notions of heritage that is embodied within a living process of restorative justice, restitution, rehabilitation, which would include the implementation of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission on the site, whereby, as was alluded to earlier, in 1657, this is where land was ostensibly stolen for the first time in South Africa. The Dutch East India Company, which was the largest company on earth then, gifted its employees, the Dutch Freeburger farmers, land on either side of the Liesbeek River, where the River Club is today. And important for us is that it used Roman Dutch law and title deeds to legitimize indigenous land theft. So together with this being a place where the whole concept of private property emerged, when the colonizer Jan van Riebeeck put up his palisaded fence from the Liesbeek Leisure Property Trust building where it is now, which stretched all along the Liesbeek River, which starts towards the side of Table Mountain in Constantia. That dividing hedge was palisaded initially, then it became an infamous almond thorny bush, basically shut out the indigenous communities from the river and became the first frontier zone, from which precipitated in 1659 the first Khoi Dutch War. And from these wars, over a period of 200 years, proceeded a domino effect of about 18 liberation wars of resistance, by the San and Khoi, which later on dovetailed the extirpation of indigenous animals like the quagga, the blue buck, the Cape lion, the ethnocide of indigenous communities, their forced removals from this particular epicenter, where their footprints has been fanned across Southern Africa. So in terms of the notion of interested and affected party and indigenous communities that are directly impacted by what happened here on this ground zero precinct, is something that is not only secluded just to the suburb or just to the city or just to the country, but has got broader regional ramifications in terms of its representativity across the borders, including Angola, Namibia, Botswana. And then of course, the fact that entities like Togori and Icona, indigenous creolized descendant African Khoi and San communities that were trading with the Dutch, with the French, with Asian communities for a good 250 years, means that we have this oceanic link that does indeed connect the overall global sense and footprint, towards the Java, India, Madagascar, Goa, East and West Africa. And it is also this complexity of layered identity that is compounded within the context of the site that speaks to a reality of a disenfranchised indigenous community that has been stripped of its Africanness through forms of colonial ethnocide and administrative interventions, where communities known as the so-called colored community, who are in fact the descendant survivors of a genocide that had taken place, and a genocide that still persists today in this country. These are some of the very key themes that are focused on the site in terms of how it's expressing itself towards the UNESCO heritage motivation. It was approved by President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2020 as part of the National Khoi and San Liberation and Resistance Suite, and it's currently undergoing heritage resource grading by the South African Heritage Resources Agency for national heritage. And yet, in spite of these very clear and overwhelming intangible and tangible heritage resources, mostly that have been recognized, the City of Cape Town, the provincial government, together with the private property developer, the Liesbeek Leisure Property Trust, that is linked to one of the largest construction companies in South Africa, is seemingly bending over backwards to accommodate its client, Amazon.com, in ways that we see the city violate its own climate change mitigation policies, where 150,000 square meters of concrete bulk is allowed to be infilled on a floodplain in a very sensitive riverine system between two sacred rivers. One of the issues that we're facing at the moment is that not only has this building been catalyzed to such swift effect, it is very clear, as was mentioned earlier, that in spite of the interdict that was granted by Deputy Judge President Goliath, who also issued in a very powerful precedent in where she stated in her judgment that the will and consent of First Peoples, in as far as what they deem as sacred, cannot be outweighed and cannot be taken over by the economic factor. This is an incredibly powerful ruling, because this is almost inverting the very rationale that underpinned the application of Roman Dutch law in the precinct in the first instance in 1657, which was really to dispossess indigenous communities of natural resources. And then later on over time, we see the impact of colonial apartheid spatial planning, which not only would ruin the environmental connection and spiritual connection and linguistic connection, in this case too, by indigenous communities in terms of how they would relate to the environment, but even in terms of their return, the complete denuding of natural heritage resources, where we see the Liesbeek itself having been subjected to canalizing, it's been redirected in certain places, destroyed, then unpacked, and revitalized in other places. But big channel has now been infilled. And there's a very powerful moment anecdotally of how this happened was when there was a conversation at a municipal planning tribunal where the city of Cape Town had a conversation with its planning department and the environmental specialists of the developer, basically wanting to rescribe and redetermine the nature of the river. And the river was relocated in terms of its definition from being a natural riverine system to a stormwater ditch. And once that label had been instated, then we would see how a being, a sentient, spiritual, and physical entity is sort of stripped of its essential living qualities in order for it to be primed for infill, and in this case, primed for its death and ruination. And we see that kind of epistemological violence very similar to the fact that in 1930 you could go to Pretoria and get a license where you could hunt a bushman within the same category as certain kinds of fauna, such as rhino and elephant and leopards and so forth. And I think that that is a symptom and also a live fissure of particular kinds of fault lines that we've been able to see being revamped in this process in terms of how heritage is being assessed. And so the question of apartheid being a template for modernity, and how apartheid spatial planning and the fact that we have 75,000 objections to this, does the current legal framework that will prioritize concrete over the commons, that would prioritize the suffocation of an intangible narrative that speaks towards the intergenerational healing of a country that is dealing with some of the world's worst statistics when it comes to gender-based violence, crime, and so on, when the issue of land has not been addressed appropriately. And when we are sitting in the Western Cape with living communities that have been cruelly divested and removed and divorced from their Africanness, where dignity is in direct correlation to the heritage core. These are some of the stakes in terms of an environment where only now we have the application of the traditional San and Khoi Leadership Act, which for the first time would give provisions for the recognition of San and Khoi leadership. This is an ongoing process. The president has set a commission, and only within the next 5 years will we start seeing those recommendations take place. So while that is still happening, we have a very dangerous precedent where a private developer, together with two governments, will be able to begin to assert their power and economic authority in ways that will begin to define and dictate who are legitimate tribes and who are the legitimate San and Khoi. To the point, quite bluntly, as we've analyzed in terms of the lawfare, together with the kinds of information or disinformation and smear campaigns that are currently running amok, it boils down to a critical distinguishing factor that if you do not support the Amazon development, then you are not African, you are not San, you are not Khoi. If you're an environmentalist and you do not support this development, then you are a NIMBY. You are a racist. There are a whole range of particular kinds of anomalous labels that have been given across the board of what is an intersectional, very diverse campaign of interested entities from environment, social justice, religious entities, San and Khoi communities, other indigenous and traditional communities, and of not just stopping the development, but to push for the kind of heritage recognition in the way that is being proposed. I think I'm going to stop there for now. And just to conclude that although this is a private property, when Jan van Riebeeck had placed his pole onto the sacred terrain, it stabbed at the root of humankind itself. And what the heritage recognition process is calling for is a pause on what is business as usual with regards the industrial complex, with regards the extent and how coloniality still determines spatial considerations, how heritage is being assessed, and the fact that the Khoi and San narrative is a symbiotic relationship that combines heritage and environment into one, and that every aspect about this particular development does go against very strong determinants and determining factors of indigenous knowledge systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tariq and Shahid, for presenting us the case of the River Club development in Cape Town and all its consequences and effects. So I'm sorry I didn't introduce you guys. Shahid is a researcher at the History Workshop, University of Witwatersrand, and associate of the African Studies Centers at UCT. And Tariq is the chair of the Aishara Restorative Justice Forum, High Commissioner of the Goringa-Ikona Khoi Koin Traditional Indigenous Council, and researcher at the Center for African Studies, University of Cape Town. So now I will invite Sarah Camilla Helen Long, who will present on decolonizing bodies in the Anthropocene, a fluid approach to memory in the Pearl Button. Let me just quickly introduce her.
You say that, Elisa. I'm not sure if Sarah has joined us. You are here.
Okay. Please. So Sarah is a current PhD candidate at University College Cork in the Department of Spanish, Portuguese, and Latin American Studies. Her research takes an anthropogenic approach to memory studies, focusing on the recent documentary films and Chilean filmmaker Patricio Guzman. Her MA thesis was completed at the University of Amsterdam on Chilean post-dictatorship memory and the film Nostalgia for the Light 2010. So, Sarah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello. So today we'll be talking about the Pearl Button as a current or modern contribution to memory or heritage discourse. So decolonizing bodies in the Anthropocene, a fluid approach to memory in the Pearl Button. And the research I'm presenting today is part of my PhD, so any and all feedback would be greatly appreciated. So today's talk is more thematic and analytical than theoretical, and I really want to focus on the strength of the images that I will show. So I'll start by giving a very short overview of the film and its context. So it's the second of 3 documentary series. They're styled like narrative essays and narrated by the director himself, and they all contend with Chilean post-dictatorship memory. The Pearl Button came out in 2015, and the first in the series, Nostalgia for the Light, came out in 2010, and the Cordillera of Dreams came out just in 2020. So in my research, I'm linking the 3 together as a triptych, looking at the convergence of memory studies and the Anthropocene with a larger question of natural landscapes and the active role they have or could have within memory discourses in Chile. So these three documentary films all locate themselves in outside geographies, which is to say in isolated, vast, and natural landscapes, and notably away from built environments that very much so have dominated the discourse there up to now. So the landscapes in question are the Atacama Desert in the north of the country, the Patagonia and its waterways, which is what I'll talk about today, and then the Andes mountain range that are located right outside the capital, So all three explore not only the specific histories of state violence of the land, such as forced disappearances or detention centers, but also very importantly, the story, the history, the people, and the physicality of the land itself, and how those elements impact the dictatorship narrative. So this film sets itself in Patagonia and the very most southern corner of Chile. So it's isolated, vast, and quiet, and explores two legacies of violence through the symbol of a pearl button on people, but also on the land itself. So I'll quickly, So the two stories are of colonial violence and dictatorship era violence. So these two images, I think, really capture what I'm about to also narrate. So the first is the story of Jemmy Button, and here's the first photo shows him, and is the story also of colonial legacies which still exist in the landscape and in Chile. Guzman tells a history of massacre of people and language in the 1800s when English colonial settlers arrived. The after effects of this he shows by interviewing the survivors about their life and their language. So within these interviews too, I know in my research that it's important to take his positionality into account as well and his privilege. But he ties this history into the namesake of the film, which is the pearl button and the story of Jemmy Button. So he was taken by English explorers, as so named at the time and within the film, who arrived in Chile with the idea of mapping the lands of Patagonia in the 1830s. Instead, they took 4 indigenous people to England with the intention to civilize them. One man who was taken or forcefully extracted from this land went on the boat for an exchange for a singular pearl button. For this, he was given the name Jemmy Button, and he was later returned to Patagonia. So the second history is that of the disappeared during the Pinochet dictatorship in the 1970s. When the military wanted to further disappear their victims and hide their crimes, they would take the bodies of their victims and throw them from a helicopter into the sea, attached to railway tracks to weigh them down, and an estimated 12 to 1,400 people were disappeared in this way. So this second button that he talks about was discovered with railway tracks at the bottom of the sea. So visually they look almost the same. I don't have a photo of it, unfortunately, but Guzman narrates this as one of the last objects that the disappeared was found with. So this idea of a singular pearl button becomes a physical reference point between Guzman's two narratives. These two stories really show the multiple layers and temporalities where the human body interacts with the natural landscape in a violent way. So it all comes back to the idea of the pearl button for him. And here I just want to quickly go back to these images and the covers of the film. In one, the button itself is emphasized, while in the other, the sky and like a celestial aesthetic is more in focus. Even in the button itself, though, in the first one, it looks like a celestial landscape within, with how the colors are captured. But they both really show the meeting of the natural world of the sea and sky with the button, and an extension as a man-made object, the human world. We already see an instance of where the natural world and the man-made or human world converge, which is in the button itself, not just the stories they represent, but the object itself. We see a meeting point between the two. It is also a natural object and originally found its home in the sea and then taken from it. And in the case of the pearl button in the dictatorship era, then returned to water in a violent manner. This is very similar to the story or narrative of Jemmy Button too. So the meeting point or convergence of the natural and human world is really what I want to emphasize throughout. And from there, my research also talks about the meeting of the two and the memories found in that meeting point. So in these next images, I want to focus on, we'll continue to focus on the meeting point between the natural and human, specifically with the idea of bodies, and very much so in this film, the indigenous body. So to preface the images, I do need to talk about just a little bit of theory, so it doesn't come out of nowhere, and the idea of fluidity and the idea that I'll be mentioning of bodies as a general term. So here I base my analysis off of Macarena Gomez Perez's The Extractive Zone, where she names the extractive zone as a region where indigenous majority communities continue to organize life and proliferate it, even in sites of extreme pressure and violence. From this book, she also talks about indigenous perspectives on the physical biological body and the earth body, or natural landscapes and natural land, proposing the idea that there is not a great separation between the two. So engaging with the idea of the biological and earth body, intertwining lens to analysis of fluid meeting point between the natural and human world. It is fluid, where the stories and histories of the natural world meet, how they impact and are affected by each other. Already from the two histories, we see an importance of bodies and their interconnectedness to the histories of the land and of its oppression. And in this case, or in this film, the natural elements, especially to that of water. Water, a natural body that holds similar implications in the two stories, even though there are decades of time between them. There is fluidity between the natural world and human world. The natural and human histories and an impact to the physical bodies flow between each other in this filmic realm. In these images, there is a very purposeful imagery of the overlaying and interconnectedness of the two, whether it's on the physical body, such as in the first image, where the Selknam people have drawn the celestial landscapes onto the body of themselves, onto their own physical body, believing that this act will bring them closer to their ancestors. In the second image, we see the celestial landscape or celestial bodies and their connectedness to the water. It's like a still of his transition point from the celestial landscape to the water landscape, and he connects them through just an elemental connection. In the last image, the water body swallows the human body in its image. However, the water and sea are essential to the indigenous community and movement and life. Oppositely, in the case of the dictatorship, water was tied to death. So in my research, I then look at bodies as a whole and what they can hold. So here are more just pictures of the celestial bodies drawn onto the human body and also their relationship to water. But maybe for the sake of time, I'll move on to conclusions. So fluid understanding of bodies in the Anthropocene and does memory exist in these bodily interactions? How these films show the meeting of the natural and human physical world and their bodies, I argue, questions the dominant narrative of the dictatorship and its violences. The films move away from cityscape-built environments where memory discourses are centered. In the case of Chile, much of the theoretical work and built commemorative spaces are based in the capital, and I think that's pretty common. I also propose that taking into account the idea of layered histories and compounded violences questions the narrative that the dictatorship and subsequent violence and damage to the physical body and land body was a shock. Shocking to who would be the question, because violence in this land wasn't new. Within the meeting of the natural and human world, I'm looking at their convergence, not necessarily how one affects the other, but what is to be learned at their meeting point. In Guzman's The Pearl Button, we see how varied landscapes and ideas of the body meet throughout time. In this film, we see it manifest through the physical or symbol of the pearl button. Guzman shows how the multitude of and legacies of the violences and their memories affect and live within the indigenous people of Patagonia, but also how these compounded memories live within the Patagonian landscape itself. In choosing both a recent and longer history of Patagonia, when the legacies of violence have left physical in the form of bodies and cultural in the form of forgotten or dismissed erasure of indigenous lives, imprints on the land, Guzman weaves together a history of Patagonia where memories flow between bodies. The disappeared bodies, the indigenous body, water bodies, and celestial bodies, and therefore their memories can be considered constantly in discussion. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for highlighting the movie of the Pearl Button and the conception of bodies in this movie. So now I will invite Saptarshi Sanyal, who should be online normally, to present naming spaces, discovering new vocabularies of modernity. Please, Saptarshi. I will just give a brief introduction. So Saptarshi is an architectural historian and educator in architecture, currently assistant professor at the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. His research and writings lie at the intersections of architectural modernity, its authorship, colonialism, and visual representations. So please, Saptarshi, you have the floor. It's not there?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me and see my screen?
We can hear you, Saptarshi. Good to see you. And we can see your screen.
Fantastic. So I'm very happy to be speaking to everyone. Slightly sad that I'm not there in person. But good afternoon, nonetheless. My name is Saptarshi, and I'm going to draw your attention today to how modernity speaks many languages. So to be specific, I hope to address a problem of how not all such languages and their vocabularies figure in our imagination of modern heritage. Now, as an architectural historian, I'm aware that this is not a new problem. It's the kind of problem that scholars like Adrian Forty and not long after him, Thomas Marcus and Deborah Cameron began dealing with in the early years of this century. With my heritage conservator hat on, however, I feel tempted to echo the title of one recent provocative collection of essays written by academics, practitioners, and commentators on heritage within and beyond the field of architecture and looking at heritage beyond its dominant Western paradigms. It reads, "Things don't really exist until you give them a name." So naming is indispensable to how we describe and recognize the world around us. Names, in a sense, shape our reality and truth of the modern condition and how we look at modernity today. It's worthwhile to consider here a conversation in the interwar years of the 20th century that made it to the New York Times in August 1930 about the nature of truth and reality. Of the two individuals involved in exchanging these thoughts, the pioneering scientist Albert Einstein is probably more recognizable to everyone in this room. Einstein was very much a modern scientist who believed that the truth exists because of and independent of humans. But his views were questioned by an Indian poet, thinker, and educator, Rabindranath Tagore. Tagore, then a colonial subject, the first non-European to win the Nobel Prize for his work in literature, did not accept modernity as it was, but wished to explore what it could be. Tagore, it appears from this conversation, was skeptical about the existence of the world independent of the figure of its human observer. He believed that knowing and sensing the world, or the universe as it were, would not be possible without the tools to observe it, identify it, and describe it. Describe his argumentative reasoning, Tagore's views are unlikely to fully convince us today. Yet something about his concerns with universalism and humanity might resonate with us if we look closely at the site of his educational experiment at Shantiniketan, located in the eastern part of what was then British India. Here, in a seemingly amorphous and barren landscape, away from any major colonial cities in India, Tagore began to explore how education and its spaces could be shaped in complementarity, an experiment which began in the early decades of the 20th century. While critical of imperialism, Tagore also expanded the space of this experiment in literal and figurative ways. This is how the site of Shantiniketan became home to a global project he called Vishwa Bharati, literally meaning where India meets the world. And it included many aspects of human life while not losing sight of the rural setting that the project inhabited. While Shantiniketan's modernity, rejecting both imperialism and chauvinistic nationalism in its education, pedagogy, and spaces, thus brought together a cultural plurality of multiple sources and roots, the heritage discourse surrounding how to define the site failed to recognize this. This is partly because, for decades now, architectural historians have in fact been baffled by which category to slot the values it represents into. Now, one of my primary critiques of such a body of work, which has until date informed the discourse on colonial modernity and its heritage, is its obsession with categories. When seen only through its physical and formal characteristics, Shantiniketan actually confounds such categories. These categories range from revivalism to nationalism, which in the Indian or Bengal's context where Shantiniketan is located is also called Swadeshi. Or even other curious descriptors such as this one, aristocratic folk, whatever that means. So the problem I want to highlight is that these kind of descriptors continue to perpetuate a colonial paradigm in heritage discourse, a paradigm of trying to know, classify, and categorize complex phenomena into identifiable labels. This problem, in the context of Shantiniketan at least, is what brings me back to naming. As the architectural theorists Linda Schneekloth and Karen Frank remind us, naming is a way to inscribe a social order in the landscape. Names, they suggest, give meaning to both the formal characteristics of a place and the spatial practices it accommodates. It shapes our images of it and even how we occupy or interact with space. And indeed, a new visitor to Shantiniketan, in addition to encountering an expansive and rich architectural landscape, also inevitably and often quite helplessly faces an onslaught of Bengali terms and expressions to navigate its places. Expressions to describe areas, buildings, institutes, or even spatial markers that may be built or landscaped. In Shantiniketan's case specifically, we also cannot forget that it was a site of education, one where the modern Bengali language was developed, most prominently by Tagore and some of his associates. Prominent amongst them was the lexicographer Haricharan Bandyopadhyay, also a teacher in the school. Over about 3 decades, Bandyopadhyay in fact developed one of the most comprehensive etymological dictionaries of the Bengali language while teaching in Shantiniketan. So then, architectural historians of Shantiniketan and its heritage interlocutors actually ignored a question that sat right below their noses. How do spaces and language animate each other in Shantiniketan? I therefore ask, is this a connected history still waiting to be explored? So through a rigorous analysis of both the actual places within Shantiniketan, as well as the corpus of Bengali terms that Bandyopadhyay painstakingly formulated, we might actually find reason to believe so. I will, in this limited time, just share a glimpse into what such a combined literary and spatial analytical approach reveals. Let us begin with one of the most ubiquitous terms attached to different spaces in Shantiniketan, bhavan. The word or the term literally means a large building complex. It was used flexibly in Shantiniketan to accommodate spaces related to distinctive practices, areas of study and training. So rather than a physical entity, the word bhavan was applied to mean the essence or spirit of the concerned practices or even their spatial containers. This is how the practice of studying in the open, as implied in the expression patho bhavan, patho meaning scholarship or study, it signified a landscape space of ostensible classrooms defined by trees. This space mirrored Tagore's own educational experiences, which was a tortured one, of learning in the confined classrooms of colonial schools. Equally, Patho Bhavan was also a building with its ample verandas designed to accommodate clusters of students, should one of the unexpected showers of the Bengal monsoon hit the open areas. In Kala Bhavan, the Institute of the Arts, the expression conveyed the sense of its unique pedagogic approach, which moved away from the colonial mode of art instruction, one of unequal power relations between the teacher and the student. Rather, Kala Bhavan's practice involved the students working alongside their teachers to produce the very environments they would live, learn, and work in. In effect, Kala Bhavan thus also produced a landscape space sparsely scattered with built structures as spaces of conversation, or equally, the site of open-air artworks such as these sculptures that inscribed it as an atmosphere charged with artistic experimentation. Now, as an educational and cultural project, Vishwabharati was also a critique of colonial structures of space and time, and knowledge as a whole, colonial knowledge. Indeed, while the appearances and forms of many of Shantiniketan's constituent structures might seem intriguing, another term, tola, in this case, has been used in relation to a specific spatial marker. The word tola means below something, usually some sort of canopy, including also those of trees. But it could also convey the sense of being adjacent to or near something. That something would be the prefix of the composite word, such as in this case, ghonta tola. The word ghonta means bell, and it was the name, ghonta tola was the name given to the place of or adjacent to the bell. This particular structure represents a powerful critique of imperialism through both its name and architectural form. As with most Indian languages, the word ghonta is both an object, which is the bell, and a unit of time, the hour. Many colonial cities in India throughout the 19th century, such as this one, Delhi, were characterized by a monumental clock tower, usually located in a public urban space such as a town square or a market. Such a structure was called the ghonta ghor, meaning bell house or bell tower literally. Yet the bell tower or clock tower's affirmation of imperialism through its tall architectural form, its expression of the importance of colonial modern time cycles to define hours of work and leisure, was completely subverted by a structure like the ghonta tola. The architecture of time in this case was no longer tall, distant, and inaccessible, dominating public urban spaces. It was made intimate. Ghonta tola doubtlessly ordered the day in Shantiniketan, but its architecture was not about control from above. It could be touched and played about with by the very children whose activities it seemingly governed. Apart from such deeper critiques of modernity, names were also used more playfully for architectural structures in Shantiniketan. Here, for instance, Vishwabharati's commitment to the natural environment was manifested in this hut built around a palm tree. The dwelling belonged to a tree-loving teacher, and given that the palm tree, locally called the tal, struck out from the circular structure like a flag, the word for flag or dhwaj was embedded in its name, Talodhwaj. So I've been able to share only a small slice of examples here, yet they show us how naming in Shantiniketan was a practice of writing space. It was about writing space through these structures and landscapes that touched the ground lightly, or even were not even built and could comprise trees. More significantly, while in the discourse on modern heritage, or even heritage generally, we are preoccupied with the idea of defining a property, and I can recall the presentation about the Cape area in South Africa, a fixed parcel of land, which is a property that can be indexed to familiar words and expressions. We witness in Shantiniketan a complex multi-scalar, or rather an elastic vocabulary of spaces. It is very much the vocabulary of a modern language, a vocabulary that gives meaning to the spaces and places of everyday experience. What Shantiniketan demonstrates is a powerful way in which architecture, site, and landscape operate as the non-verbal means to bring a language in evolution into conversation with lived realities. It represents an experiment with the material and immaterial dimensions of such realities, where notions of what is tangible and intangible, nature or culture, collapse and converge. And particularly for modern heritage, I suggest one of the ways to decolonize its discourse would be to keep in mind its human dimensions. Our imagination of modern heritage remains dominated by the vantage and vocabularies of the Euro-American colonizers with terms like modernism, often coupled with the modernist architect or town planning professional, or linguistic metaphors such as style, formal clarity, and rhythm, or vocational and professional architectural ones such as function, user, or context. I argue that in effect, this is what displaces or even erases more complex ways of understanding modernity in both spatial and architectural and even linguistic terms. And moving away from such labels to discover new vocabularies of modernity might be a way to decolonize our imagination of modern heritage. It could be the means to remember that heritage or even modernity are both human constructs. They are words that help us understand and explain the world around us. And to discuss modern heritage in the Anthropocene, we will need new vocabularies to describe modernity, to think afresh how the figure of the human affects the non-human world. I think that's it from me.
Thank you very much, Saptarshi, for defining for us the importance of vocabulary in naming architecture and modernity. So now we will have our last presenter for this panel session, Witness Mudzamartira, who's going to speak on communities, heritage, and land reform in the Southern Gauteng province, South Africa. So Dr. Witness is a postdoctoral fellow, researcher and in critical architecture and urbanism, University of Pretoria, and is researching about communities, heritage, and land reform in the Southern Gauteng province in South Africa. His research interests are on how heritage can be used by modern-day societies in land disputes and land reform. Please, Witness, if you are with us, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Witness Mudzamartira, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Pretoria under the supervision of Professor Nolene. And the paper I'm going to present today to you guys is called or is titled Communities, Heritage and Land Reform in the Southern Gauteng Province, South Africa. And basically, it's a critique of the concept of partnerships in heritage resources presentation in South Africa. And in this paper, particularly, I'm going to be talking about heritage. And when I define heritage, I define it in three concepts that I think are very essential in the African societies or in our traditions per se, which is the tangible and the natural and the intangible. By tangible, I mean, you know, the stone wall structures, the historical sites, objects in the museums, the artifacts, and some of them, they are the archives. As you can see on the far right there, I'm standing in one of the stone wall structures that we find in Southern Gauteng province. And with the natural, we mean the landscapes, the woodlands, the bogs, the uplands, and etc. When we mean the intangible, we also are talking about our customs, you know, our music, our dance, our folklore, and our crafts. So what I basically discuss in this paper is the heritage or the legacy of colonialism and how it has affected how we present and manage heritage today. You know, the focus pre-colonial era was on the natural heritage and probably the physical objects that were one presented by researchers or researched by researchers that had absolutely no idea of our own cultures and our own heritage for them to be able to define what needs to be protected. And I also referred to this as heritage without a backbone or without a reference to its maker, which is just basically the interpretation of things that we regard as heritage, but in essence, in other concepts, does not incorporate the most essential part of the heritage, which are the communities that have to interpret or that have to present this heritage. And I also discussed the initiative of People on Parks, which was initiated by Joburg City Parks and the Gauteng provinces that are sort of like regarded as the custodians of this heritage. They are the presenters of this heritage, and they're the ones that are given the responsibility to take care of this heritage without the owners of this heritage. So there are a lot of issues that I then went on to discover in this area. But first of all, I just want to talk about my study area. As you can see on the map there, my study area is the Southern Gauteng province, which is in yellow. And you can also see it in border with other provinces. And you have those red dots, which represent the stonewalled structures or the pre-colonial stonewalled structures that you find in that area, as you see by slide 2, as I was standing on one of them. So when we talk about the custodial community of this area, we talk about the community called the Bakwenda Bamare Pahole, which are believed to be the custodial community of this area. And in pre-colonial era, in this study, was occupied by these people who established large capitals in the 18th and early 19th centuries. These capitals contained hundreds of stonewalled structures that are still present today. And in recent times, you see that over time, in my research paper that I wrote in 2019, you see that development has destroyed some of these stonewall structures. And it was important for this research to happen, just for us to discuss some of the issues that are allowing some of these stonewall structures to be destroyed and not to be presented, and also the conflicts that arise in the lack of evidence in some of the land claims. This community was displaced in 1913 and was moved to Soweto in the apartheid era. Since 1995, the community has lodged a land claim in this area, and until today, the claim has not been concluded. And these are some of the discussions and the conflicts that I talk about in this area, where you find the current politics does not also recognize the need for the indigenous people for them to reclaim their land, or they make it difficult. And if you look back at the study area, you see that it's also the current economic hub of South Africa, and a lot of money has exchanged in this area. So that makes it also quite difficult for one or a community to reclaim its land. Community participation and management of these parks also comes from a colonial element that has given responsibility for the management of these parks to institutions that have a colonial element or a colonial legislation to manage them. And the focus mainly on this heritage, on these wildlife parks has been mainly on the wildlife, and heritage has been part of it, but the physicality of the heritage has not incorporated the intangible aspects of it, or has not included the communities themselves. In this study area, we find 2 nature reserves, which is the Klip Rivierberg Nature Reserve and the Soika Bosrand Nature Reserve. And my research methodology basically was the qualitative methods, which are semi-structured interviews, and I used focus groups to really go into communities and also ask the members of the public to also to respond to some of the questions that I had. Some of the results that I found in this area was that all communities in both of these reserves expressed that that although they are given permission for them to access this land, they feel that asking for permission from these management bodies disowns them from their property. As one of the Gauteng provincial heritage officers observed that the communities have expressed their discomfort in the arrangement of asking for permission for them to have access to their land or access to their burial sites. And the officer also expressed the issue that, grave sites belong to the families and the communities that feel attached to this area, and access to these areas should not have someone giving them or granting them permission for them to access these areas. And I also observed that most of the farmers in this area were also getting more uncomfortable by not giving access to the communities, and most of the more and also getting comfortable in giving access to researchers and students and also tourists rather than the communities themselves. Why? Because of the the recent echoes of land reform without compensation that is happening in South Africa by many organizations. Some of the concepts that I discussed in this paper, is the current situations in most heritage locations that you find in this area, where you see an area, some of the tourist areas that you find like Tabaila Tabeng, most of the graves that are fenced from the public, and the owners of these graves are not being allowed for them to see or visit the graveyards that date as far as the early 18th century to the 19th century to this day. And and one of the of the tour guides at the crater where I interviewed a tour guide said that the farmers in this area actually destroy evidence of graves in this area that they feel they can be used as evidence for land claims in the future. And the Sotho-Tswana at the Soka Boys Rand expressed also their difficulties in getting access to their land from the farmers and also the nature reserve staff. And it also demotivates them for them to participate in issues of tourism and also heritage management and any other collaborative efforts that you might find. There's not enough information on the teaching to the public about the heritage in its holistic concept and or how to respect the land itself and some of the traditions that you find in the in the Tswana in the Tswana culture, and some of the social activities seem to demonstrate that the governing bodies or the trustees are more dominant in decision-making process of heritage in this area. The concept of people and parks initiatives, which was initiated by Johannesburg City Parks and Gauteng Provincial Office, has made significant efforts to involve the communities in the management of heritage. But since these initiatives have been dominated by most of these heritage institutions, communities have felt that sometimes it's quite difficult for them to be incorporated in these concepts due to the the political structure or the power struggles that you find in these communities. But however, from my interviews, the Vakwena Maripahole and some of the Sotho-Tswana people initiatives have also complained that some of these collaborative efforts have mainly focused on the biodiversity conservation and not heritage itself. And there was a recent complaint by some of the community members that it seems more funding is also given to the issues of biodiversity in preserving this heritage, in preserving these nature reserves than on the heritage aspects. Thus, they feel excluded or not important. And one of them, I remember, also made an argument to say, they are astounded by actually the approach to this concept, because this heritage has been kept from generation to generation before 1913, and it was intact. Biodiversity was thriving in that area, and all of a sudden, white people come in there, because all of a sudden, white people come and now tell them that biodiversity is more important, and they feel like they are excluded in that area. So some of the current efforts I see in the area that I observed also that communities that are more organized are more found in the Klip-Rivierberg Nature Reserve, which is the Komakwena Maripahole, which have organized cultural events on national days, and they teach on these events and they showcase their culture. Although there are some conflicts that you might find there, but some collaborative efforts have been made, and the community has quite organized themselves and some professionals for them to make efforts to progress their culture and also preservation of their culture. And recently I was one of the liaison of focal points for them to to collaborate with Wits Library Archives for them to document and store their oral history in the Wits Library. In this regard, collaboration in the educational initiatives plays a crucial role in the management by informing the public and learning from the public, and thus should be better promoted. And one of the things that I also observed from the Pachole is the lack of consultation that happens, when it comes to some of the efforts that maybe the researchers might want to do, or external researchers might want to do. So one of the participants also expressed that researchers from in and outside of the country, they would come and do research without even consulting the custodial communities, and you see that conflict coming also again in the issues in some of the efforts that the government had made to rebuild one of the huts that you find in Klip Riviersberg Nature Reserve, where you find most of the communities are complaining that the materials that are found in that hut or that were used to reconstruct that hut do not respect their architectural integrity or some of their traditional cultures. And that's when we see the major conflicts that I talk about there, where one of the elders really expressed the concept of the disrespect that came with the reconstruction of that hut, where you find things like cement were used as one of the materials that were found that were used to rebuild that hut. So in conclusion, one of my observations is the great need for the decolonization of the concept of collaboration when it comes to these initiatives to make an effort to do heritage presentation, either in this area. One of the decolonizing aspects of it is the issue of how do we define heritage? What are we managing when we are managing only the physical aspect of it or the biodiversity aspect of it, and the idea and the concept of people and parks. What people are you talking about, and what parks are you talking about when the custodial communities and their traditions and their intangible heritage is really not respected in that manner? And you find that most of these conflicts are coming from a colonial aspect of it and a colonial management aspect of it. So some of these structures and reporting protocols, I would say, or I would define, would need to be revisited for them to be included, for them to be inclusive of the community in terms of who has the power or who has the say to make decisions or about heritage, which has seen most of this heritage being destroyed by development in that area. And on that, you can see my paper that I wrote in 2019, which sort of like gives a statistical analysis of the heritage sites which have been destroyed since the 1960s to date. And heritage in its essence should be inclusive of all aspects, and governing bodies should really make sure that they have included the communities, and failure to acknowledge or to recognize the meaning of heritage from a community's perspectives is a failure to protect or present heritage, or what we would define as heritage itself. And I really look forward for any other results and any other ideas that might really might come from me finishing and concluding this paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Witness, for highlighting the example of Southern Gauteng heritage and its management. So now we'll have 30 minutes for discussion and questions. So does anybody here has any question or online? Maybe we should start with here. Is there any question here? Yes.
Hello, is that working? Great. Hi, my name's Barbara Campbell-Langer, and I work here at the Bartlett School of Architecture in London. Thank you all presenters for such excellent insights into extraordinarily caring research. I wanted to touch on, or to use a point that Tariq raised early on about pauses. He said perhaps we should pause from business as usual. And I felt that observation was incredibly outside, given the wonderful work by Sarah regarding pausing to consider other forms of what is a body, whether it can include and should include inanimate as well as animate occupation of this planet. Saptashi's use of the idea that we need new vocabularies now, that Whitney's talking about empowering custodial communities, that Shahid mentioned how difficult it is to empower local communities, custodial communities, if they're continually put on the back foot. Olga mentioned the value of a village as its own reference and the incredible opportunity that a celebration can offer in terms of creating unity. I really just want to ask if any of the speakers, any of the presenters could comment or supply an example on a strategy that could cause institutions, organizations, and authorities to pause.
Thank you very much for your question. So does any of the presenter want to respond? Okay.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, I think you can.
I don't know who the question was from, but thank you for that. I think because you've raised the issue about institutions and sort of official stakeholders being on pause, I think, you know, and here I'm sort of moving away from being a historian and coming back to heritage professionals, or sort of these dual roles. One of the propositions that I had made quite long back was about us understanding. I think one of the pressures on us when we work within the heritage management system is to be as exhaustive as possible. We try to collect as much data as possible. We try to be extensive as possible. But I think given the fact that the actions that are continuously undermining heritage in terms of its values, in terms of its spatial definition, I feel that it is important for us to act in sort of more exclusive ways and to understand what are the most important things to curate and sort of strategize in that manner, because it's not possible practically, especially in post-colonial contexts that are struggling with bureaucratic issues, that are struggling with sort of resources and manpower even, that we can do all of it in one go. I think it's important to have a sort of, to put it bluntly, a priority list through which we can operate. And that, I think, helps institutions to substantively partner with us, to be able to take concrete actions on the ground, to understand where there can be an embargo and where we can move ahead. You know, so to be able to define those values. And this is one of the issues that I raised in my presentation today, that a lot of times the formal framework through which heritage and heritage recognized and heritage management occurs is based on fixed spatial definitions. But the nature of heritage is such that it is extremely fluid, and it is sort of, you know, sort of continuous and contiguous with other things around it in an environmental sense. And so I think to be able to very precisely understand what our priorities are for a particular site, for an inscribed property or a property that we're proposing to be inscribed, is, I think, extremely urgent. I mean, sorry for that long answer, but I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Thank you very much, Saptarshi. Is there any other contribution?
I think
Yes, witness, please.
Oh, so one of the observations that I've seen in South Africa, particularly with how kind of like the system is very dysfunctional, is the idea that institutions themselves, which are now Black led or Black governed or the majority run, they've never made an effort to really put the communities in the forefront of redefining what probably people call as heritage. And it's quite, for me, it was quite disappointing in the sense that I felt like more could still be done today in terms of fostering and having the confidence to let our people manage still their own heritage. And I think also it comes with, I think the psychological abuse probably Black people felt are still feeling up until today, in not having also the confidence or to try to organize themselves to really structure and redefine how heritage is managed or how heritage is presented. And I think also past 1994, there has to be collaborative efforts in all angles to say those that know, which are the researchers and the academics, and also the communities that have also been deprived of understanding more about their heritage, to sort of like have collaborative efforts and initiatives to restructure things like legislation. Because I think the way legislation has been in its essence and what it recognizes as a heritage to be presented and to be protected is really contradicting with the essence of who created or the creators of the heritage itself. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, witness. Yes, Olga?
Thanks. So I just wanted to say that I think a bit differently. I will think differently about this question, because the question is, you know, what would it take for the institutions, you know, to pause, to strategize? And I don't think that, I mean, for me, that question presupposes that the institutions don't know. And I think that this is the wrong assumption. I do think that everyone knows these are not new things. So I don't think that the problem is really not having the proper strategy. I think that the question lies in power. You know, you need to want to change something. And so for me, it's when we speak about the vocabulary, when we speak about the values, we always really about different values. What do we value? Why do we call something science and the other thing we call indigenous knowledge system? I don't know. Where's the limit? So all of these values and vocabulary, the structures are created by institutions. But in the end, the institutions is really us. The institution is not who is speaking about the body. Is this we are the body of the institution. So for me, the question should be, you know, how is the question, what would it take for us to fight the system, to change the system?
Thank you very much, Olga. Yes, Shahid?
Pausing. I think Olga has a point there. It's not about the officials within an institution that must do the thinking and the pausing and the consultation. The problem is the legislation and the policy in which people are embodied in. The problem is, certainly because a lot of the presentations were around a Eurocentric type of policy that's being implemented, even though built into it is a notion of consultation.
but it's a consultation which defers always to the expert, which means that it doesn't matter how many times you consult with ordinary people, the expert's view will always take precedent. That power is built into the legislation, it's built into policy, it's built into the way the state works with heritage. And that's what needs to be challenged.
Thank you very much, Shahid. Yes, Sarah?
I also thinking about notions of the body and kind of away from the Eurocentric way of institutionalizing this for maybe disruption as well. In at least a Latin American context or Chilean context, women and have used their bodies very often to create a disruption or call out impunity or call out, sexism, or also in Chile in the last couple of years, they did a flash mob where women very much also used their bodies to signal what was going on in the current day context. So I think just like this, it's not necessarily an institutional pause, but more just like a physical pause. I think that's very important as well.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question of contribution?
Hi, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers for this really engaging session. I have two questions, one for Olga and another for Saptarshi. So the first one for you, can you, it was really fascinating to understand the way you frame transmodern heritage as well as alternative modernity. I was wondering, can you bring out the intersection between these two forms of modernity that you're theorizing here? One is alternative, another is trans. Whether you can unpack them a little bit more. I haven't read the theoretical papers. Thank you for that. One for Saptarshi here is really thank you, because coming from the land, I really haven't read anything like your presentation before. So this is kind of eye-opening for me. The question that I have in mind, that you really worked with language here. You brought in quite a few words and played with it, and made us realize how these kind of places were actually produced by these linguistic phases like Tola, like Konta, and all these things. So I'm wondering whether to decolonize modern heritage, you would, in your view, what would be the role of language in epistemology, and whether you think a translation is urgently needed, both in terms of the way we frame heritage in terms of policy and through institution, as well as literally translating our practices for the kind of work that you're doing. It's really fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olga?
Thanks for the question. So to answer briefly, if we look at modernity as something that was born in the West and through colonization distributed through the world, in whatever context it was rooted outside of the West, it started developing in congruence with the context, right? So whether it was changes in economy, changes in say architecture, or social life, both of these realities obviously influenced each other, right? So if you have modernity developing anywhere in Africa or in Asia brought by the colonizer, you create almost a hybrid of those ideas that come from the West and the local context, whether it's because of climatic conditions or artistic influences. It is sometimes called alternative modernities or subaltern modernities, just to recognize that modernity is not only a European thing, right? And I'm speaking here about something that, so that's sort of like the core that is influencing the outside, the context, right? But I'm speaking here about everything that lies outside of the core and is not influenced. So when the colonizers started colonizing the world, there were parts of, there were sort of like pockets that they were not interested in. So they were not interested in, for example, African cultures, right? They were just dormant in a way outside of the core. And those cultures were not necessarily changed by modernity, although obviously they lived through modernity. So if you think about that concept that modernity in a way divided the timeline into tradition and modern world, you cannot speak about those cultures on the periphery in the same way because they don't have tradition and modern. That's why I said that if you look at this English, there's no modern there, but you cannot just say that it's tradition. Tradition is in the past, they will make it in the present. So for them, they don't. Basically, that's the division into tradition and modern is a conceptual thing. They were born one day and they were modern, right? So it's just to say, and it's something that Shakun's mentioned at the beginning of today, that we should get away from the division into modern and traditional because it is so artificially created, artificially imposed. And as I tried to show, it does not apply to things that were developing outside of the different. So that's the difference.
Thank you very much, Olga. Saptarshi, please.
Hi, thank you for that question firstly, and also your comments on the work. I'd like to just pick up on what Olga spoke right now. I think one of the burdens of speaking from the post-colonial vantage is that we are sort of obligated almost to qualify modernity with an additional descriptor like alternative modernities, which is historically it's got its own intellectual genealogy, which I think the expression was coined by Dilip Gaonkar, and it was the first time, and it's had its day. But I think we're at a position now with the body of knowledge that has been generated to actually just speak about modernity and think of it as a very leaky and porous container that accommodates all these ideas of what was earlier called alternative or what was called indigenous and all that. I think we've moved on about 2 decades from that through the scholarship that has been produced. And to sort of speak more directly to your question about language, I think, I mean, I hope that when I went through the Cape Town document, that issue is not written anywhere. The idea of vocabulary and languages is something through which I hope to contribute to that discourse in whatever humble way I can, because I think we have a responsibility, those of us who are at least bilinguistic, and with me speaking about the meanings within the Bengali language that actually apply to defining the qualities of spaces and to actually give them meaning and to sort of valorize them. Most importantly, it is important to actually carry out these acts of translation in a very sort of literal sense almost, that how do we speak about things in the heritage discourse, in modern heritage discourse, that actually is not that are not possible to articulate through the so-called modern languages or the global languages. How do we actually speak about different epistemologies of the modern? For instance, in Bengali, the word for architecture, which does not exist, there's a word for construction, which is thapatto. There is a word or a structure, which is thapatto. But the way we understand the term architecture in the English language, both as a thing and as a practice. It doesn't exist in several languages and cultures that modern heritage is trying to grapple with. It exists in other forms. It exists in ways that describe things, places, structures, who occupies them. And I can immediately, sorry for people who don't know Bengali, there's a word called Poribesh, which actually is talking about the place. It's talking about the people who occupy that place, what is going on in that place, and also the atmosphere and the landscape of the place altogether. So these are complex sort of epistemologies that need to be incorporated into our understanding of not only indigenous or sort of pre-modern heritage, but also modern heritage, because modern languages were also evolving through colonial encounters. They were sort of in a phase of transition. When we're talking about the 19th and 20th centuries, for instance, a lot of languages all around the world were undergoing transformation through by incorporating terms or expressions that the colonizers were using. For instance, even the word civilization is something that is used in like some of the most fierce debates. Like one can think immediately of Samuel Huntington and Edward Said's rejoinder to him. The word civilization is something that had its origins in France and then came into the English language in the, I think, the early part of the 19th century, and it had its origins in France in the late 17th century. It only came into a language like Bengali in the late 19th century, which was a translation. The words Shobhata or Sabhyata, which is there in a lot of Indian languages, did not exist. It's not something indigenous, or that epistemology of what civilization means. It did not exist, the civilizational understanding. It's a colonial word. And we need to, I think, be very, very critical and reflective about how we articulate these terms, because when we are struggling to fit an understanding that is complex or that sort of scatters the terms that the heritage discourse uses, the questions of power come in, the questions of how laws are framed and the languages they use, spatially and operationally, all these issues come in. And so I think we need to think very, very critically and urgently about these things. So I think that's just my 2 cents about how we can move ahead from now.
Thank you very much, Saptarshi. Yes, please.
Yes, I have a question for Witness, because I'm interested to learn more about the parks that have been discussed. And the reason I'm interested is because there are different typologies for national parks that exist elsewhere in the world. That, for example, in the North American context, you have the idea of wilderness, which dominates. So people who are farming or living within the national parks are the victims of clearance in order to kind of naturalize or rewild these landscapes that are seen to be wilderness. Elsewhere, especially in Europe, you have national parks where farming, pastoralism, and towns and dwellings coexist with parks relatively unproblematically. And then there's elsewhere in the world, particularly, I think, in many cases in the African and South American context, where contemporary discussions about ecology and biodiversity are being weaponized in ways to clear people off land to make way for a wilderness. So I'm just wondering, and I know that's just kind of set the stage there in a very complex way, but like, what is the specific context of these parks? Are the farmers afraid of being cleared off the land because of biodiversity? Are the farms part of those parks? I hope that's a clear enough question, Witness.
Thank you very much. Witness?
Okay, that's quite clear. Okay, so there are different scenarios which are happening in South Africa. So I don't know if you're well aware of the current affairs in terms of land reform in Southern Africa, where you're seeing there's a loud cry in Namibia. Zimbabwe has already done land reform. In South Africa, there's a huge call for land reform. So post 1994 in South Africa, in the context now of these two parks that are in my case study, is that most of the communities, it's not like they did not know that they were residing in that area pre-1913. But now the issue is now when they were displaced in 1913, the government after 1994 gave a provision to give these communities the right to come and claim back their land. But now the other complex which has happened over the years is that Southern Gauteng province is like the economic hub of Johannesburg, where you find most industries, the best and good real estate over the past probably 20 years. So now how to claim that land when a lot of generational people who have the oral history also dying in the process, and also you're fighting big corporates that are land barons in that area, it's become very difficult. So now even getting access into those landscapes is now even becoming a challenge. Why? Because the legislation itself does not solely just allow people to get access to their land. That is one. Two, going the legal route of even claiming their land. You see, they began these land claims around 1995. You can imagine how many years it has been since that time for them to claim their land. And also, there is nothing in the legislation that really solidifies heritage or architecture, or heritage or any artifacts to really claim as big evidence for them to just repatriate that land. So there are different contexts now. So the fear with the farmers that are surrounding those nature reserves, or even the managing bodies of those nature reserves, because they come from like also families that were also residing in those nature reserves, is that the more we keep the evidence that keeps that gives evidence to the local communities that this is their land, the more we tend to lose our own claim on this land. So the solution is, let's destroy that heritage. Let's keep on fighting in courts and delay it as much as we can in courts, so that at least the generation that has direct oral history memory of claiming this land at least dies. And it was actually a sad thing around COVID time that I got to learn that some of the people that I had targeted before I started embarking in this research had already died in the process of COVID-19, because most of them, they were in the late 80s and late 90s. So how then do you proclaim such land when you've got a lack of oral history, which is in our society? That's how we pass on history as well. That's why this community, like the Kwenabamare Pachole, started documenting their own oral history, so that they also validate it in a way for it to become an authority. So as Shahid was saying, there's also that power that comes with this big machinery that was colonization, that has damaged and made it sort of like impossible for anyone to really claim their land. Because what has been happening in one of the sessions that I attended in south of Joburg, I think it was late 2021, when I just was doing my preliminary research there, was that these big corporates had even the legal muscle for them to keep on dividing the communities themselves, to say, you cannot claim, or we cannot give you back this land if you're claiming this as a community. You have to claim it as individuals, which becomes a very huge disadvantage to this organized community, because it then says that, it then sort of like solidifies the idea that they have to claim little portions of that land and not the holistic aspect of that land, which is already developed, by the way, and has destroyed most of the stonewood structures, pre-colonial stonewood structures in that area. I hope that has answered some of your questions.
Thank you very much, Witness. So I think we'll have one last question since we already have 5 minutes left. So
Hi, thanks. I have a question for Saptarshi, but thank you everyone for these amazing, thought-provoking presentation. So I'm Megha Chand Ingalls and I teach at the Bartlett. So Saptarshi, a couple of questions. First, out of sheer curiosity, I want to understand a kind of a temporal dimension to these these terms. You had that fascinating slide as a visitor now today in Shantiniketan, and you had these Bengali terms, but languages also move, and building and spatial practices move. So I'm very curious to understand that movement in that relation. That's one thing. The second thing that's on my mind is, I'm sort of thinking of nationalism and particular kind of nationalism that we are confronted with in India. And I'm curious to understand when nationalist practices co-opt that very language that you're talking about, and for its own end. How are we supposed to, as institutions, picking up on Barbara's question, or as professionals, or as a heritage professional, how do you navigate this world where the same words then take on completely kind of are used for other ends, and words which are not in English, they're in Hindi or in Gujarati. I don't know if Bengali forms is part of that lexicon, but how does one navigate that shift? So that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a very, very difficult position to be in, Megha, because I think the thing that's coming immediately to my mind is an essay in Grey Room called "Seize the Definition." And really, but I think our challenge is, and I'd like to go back to something that Dipesh Chakraborty wrote in this book called The Calling of History, about the two lives that these histories or these words actually live. One is in academia, which he calls the cloistered life of history. And then the one in politics, which he calls which politicians also sees, called the public life of history. I think that more and more there is an imperative on us to take the cloistered life of history out into the public through whatever means possible. I think because we almost feel like we have, and sitting in India, I'm saying this, that it's very, very difficult to actually be within an institution, and I'm in a public institution, to actually speak about these things very openly, because it invites a lot of reproach and suppression. And so I think that is one of the challenges that we are heading into. The more we are burdened with this consciousness that actually there is a problem of distortion, there is a problem of power, of even the voice that we have as academics to be able to put the knowledge out in the public domain, it's going to, I'm sorry that I don't have an answer to this, but it's becoming exceedingly challenging. And I've realized in just a few months that I've been back in India, that it is very, very difficult to actually speak about some of these issues, and they are co-opted into public discourse in the political domain for political ends and electoral ends at astonishing rapidity. And it's almost like appearing in a distorted form that gets crystallized then. So it's very, very challenging for us to actually be in that space. And to get back to the slightly less depressing question about how things move and how meanings move, I think the temporality of it is at the core of it. I feel that a lot of these words existed in certain moments in time. So if I were to expand a little bit about what I showed regarding the classrooms being in the open and all, it was not just a spatial sort of practice, it was also a temporal practice. Because on days, if I were to speak about Shantiniketan specifically, on days that it would suddenly, there'd be a downpour, it would start raining very heavily, classes would be called off. And on clear nights, there would be, I have read accounts of people who were there in the 30s and 40s who say that we could have astronomy classes at 4 a.m. and a teacher would call us to their house, and we would walk around in these sort of cloudless, extremely dark, no electric lights, no light pollution, and look at the stars. And it was a very different sort of way of understanding environment, which subverted the then prevalent colonial understanding of the fact that learning needs to happen in fixed spaces and fixed times. So this is how it happened then. Fortunately, to a large extent, the practice continues in Shantiniketan today as well, at least at the school levels. In the university level, there is a lot of pressure from the different education ministries to make it more sort of formalized and all that, so that there is a constant sort of competing interest in that about how things should be done. But yeah, I fully agree with the fact that these spaces also are as mobile as are the times in which these languages, when they're talking about Patho Bhavan or A Bhavan, they are talking about these bhavans actually being quite mobile in spatial and temporal terms. And I think that consciousness was very much embedded in the word.
Thank you very much, Spartashi. So thank you to all the presenters. We're coming to the end of this session on coloniality and modernity. Thank you for the great exchanges, and I will give back the floor to you, Edward. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, everyone that joined online. I'm conscious that it's getting quite late for you guys, and I really appreciate your contributions. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you'll be able to join us tomorrow and Friday as well. As far as it goes in the room here, we now have a tea break. There's tea, coffee, and croissant and other pastries outside if anyone's feeling peckish before the keynote conversation tonight with Professor David Olusoga. That starts at 6:30. So I recommend, if you want to stretch your legs, get some fresh air, you've got about an hour, and then probably come back into the lobby around about 6 to take your seats if you've got your name tag or proof of you registering for the conference. Get in ahead of the public so that you can take your seats. For those of you online, thank you again, and please do join us tomorrow. Keep those conversations going. Saptarshi, your comments about the Cape Town document were noted and very valuable. So I hope you've started something there in other presenters thinking about the importance of contributing to that document as it evolves, hopefully very rapidly this week. So thank you indeed. Good night to you all in South Africa, in India, and our evening is just yet beginning. So until tomorrow, goodbye.